Dr. Maxwell. He is Executive Director of a Tier 1 university, and that is the top elite college and top elite research college in the country. We are very fortunate to have him come and spend a couple of days with us. He has his doctorate degree from the University of Nebraska. He has worked as admissions at K-State and Nebraska. He was hired as the youngest executive director in the country at the University of Houston. That is a huge thing. And so he has accomplished a lot. You got to have a great opportunity to listen to what he has to say. What maybe, I don't want to, but just future if things come up. But I'm going to hand it over to him. Dr. Maxwell is an amazing speaker, but it's also an amazing opportunity for you to learn about college admissions, in particular Tier 1 universities. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Maxwell.
Thank you for that great introduction. All right, we're going to do something to get us started. Listen, I'm the very first thing in your day this morning, so I know we got to warm up a little. So for those of you, raise your hand if you were in the room yesterday. If I got a chance to spend some time with you, excellent. And so one of the things that you heard me say yesterday was the power and the importance of words, how important they are. And I'll explain to you why they're so important. And what I want to do to get us warmed up this morning is to put into work, to exercise, to warm up the power and the importance of words. So I want you to pick someone next to you, immediately on your left-hand side, on your right-hand side, but make sure no one is left out. And I want you to tell that person, good morning, I am glad you are here today. It's important. Hey, right behind you. You got somebody that needs those words, all right? Now I need you to say it like you mean it, okay? I know this might feel a little cheesy, a little corny, but I'm telling you, this is important. I'm going to tell you why it's important. I need you to turn to the other person on the other side of you, or behind you, and I need you to tell that person, good morning. I am so glad that you are here today. I love that. I had someone tell your name. Lily up here said, I appreciate your existence. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I absolutely love that. Right? You were joking, but I'm going to tell you why that's so important and the power of words and why I traveled all the way from Houston, Texas to give you some words. See, there's this thing in our brain. Scientists have discovered this thing called our subconscious mind. There's this thing called a lobe. It's a part of our brain where anytime that we say words or we read words, it leaves an imprint on that part of our brain. And so even when we are not thinking, we are not intentionally thinking about those words, turns out our brain is thinking about them all the time. So if you take in negative words, if you read negative things, guess what? That's what's going to be imprinted in your mind. And before you know it, your life and behavior starts to reflect those negative things. If you take in positive words and you read positive things, guess what? This is not Bardell Maxwell's thoughts and theories. These are by scientists, really smart scientists that study the brain. Those words is imprinted in our brain. And so before you know it, all of those positive words start to impact our actions, the way you think, the way you feel, the way you treat other people. So by you this morning, starting out today, by saying something positive, good morning. I am so glad that you exist in my life today. Maybe I absolutely love that. Although you were joking, I want you to know that the person that you said it to, you were starting to wire your brain a little bit different. Okay? And so there's the power of words. So this morning, if you have, I want to make sure that all of you have something to write with. A pen, a paper. Okay, I want you to take notes. Heard up here, you might be able to get some credit for doing so as well. So we can kill two birds with one stone. Get some credit, and also we're going to rewire the brain for writing things down. Now, some of you, if you heard this yesterday, be patient with me because some of the folks in this room did not hear this. But Kobe Bryant, of course, lost his life, passed away last weekend. One of my favorite Kobe Bryant stories, and which talks about the power of words, is that he rewired his brain very early on in terms of his passion for basketball games in the NBA. When he was in the 9th grade, he took a sticky note. On the sticky note, he wrote NBA. He put that sticky note up on the mirror of his bathroom. So every single morning that he woke up and he brushed his teeth and he got ready for his day, guess what he was reading? His dreams, his goals, his vision for his life. And just what I just taught you about how the brain works, he was rewiring his brain to work day and night towards that thing that he's passionate about, that thing that he wants to do. So this morning, the first lesson I want you to really understand is that there's something really magical that's happening inside your head, in your brain. And the words that you use and the things that you listen to, it is rewiring either for something good or for something not. All right? So we're going to put this power to work this morning, because what I get to do every single day at the University of Houston, it's a really big school, big college, has almost 50,000 students there. And what I do is I help students go to college every single day. That's what I do. I'm really passionate about doing that work. And I'll tell you that at the University of Houston, there are thousands of students that once were in your shoes. Whether you're in the 7th grade, whether you're in the 8th grade, they started where you started. And what I see the most success in our students are the ones that have a vision and the ones that have a plan. All right, so we're going to put some words to work. You have a piece of paper. Hopefully you have something to write with. Again, if you did this yesterday, I want you to do it again. Not to bore you, but because they're rewriting your way. Okay, I need you to write things down. I want you to tell me what is the vision that you have for your life? That's a really big question. Really big question. You can think about it in a couple of different ways. What kind of problems do you want to solve? Right? Maybe you want to answer that question by, what is something that you're really passionate that you want to do for a career? Maybe it's a place that you really want to travel at some point in your life. Something fun that I want to do in my life is I love baseball. I want to travel to every Major League Baseball stadium before I die. That's a goal. That's something I would really love to do. I really love baseball. So I want you to write it down. I want you to think, and I want you to write it down. What is the vision that you have for this one life that you get to live? I love it. You're looking good. Lots of pencils going. I'll give you about 30 more seconds. Okay. If you're not done, keep writing. But remember the power of our words. We wrote down some really important visions that we have. Okay, the next thing is I need you to speak it. So I want you to turn to a neighbor, make sure no one is left out. And I want you to share. I want you to share just a little bit about what your vision is. What did you write down? What do you want to do? What do you want to experience in this one life you have? Share it with your neighbor. Good, I'll give you a few more seconds. You're doing great. All right, you're doing fantastic. I can tell you're warming up for a great day. So what I want you to do is, I'm looking for 2, maybe 3 people that have some courage and want to share. Okay? Stand up for me. This is how it's going to work. So we have some tremendous leaders here in this room, and part of effective leadership is great communication skills. So anytime I ask for you to share in front of your group, in front of your peers, I want you to do what you're doing right now. You're excellent. Okay? I want you to stand up. You're going to stand proud and confident. Okay? You're going to face your peers, and I need you to speak clearly and loudly. Okay? Because I'm still learning you all, I want you to tell us who you are. I know these folks might know who you are, but I'm still learning you. Okay? So let's give it a try. Tell us who you are.
Okay, my name is Bethany Long. What I want to do when I'm older, I want to go to Japan, Tokyo, Japan. I want to go to the Women's University of Tokyo, Japan, get my English degree, get out, become an editor, get enough money to build my own publishing company, get my business degree, that I'll help me with my business and then become an author.
Yes. Let's give her a round of applause. Tremendous vision. I love it. Come back here, then I'll come back up front, okay? Please stand. You got to speak clearly, loudly. All right? Tell us who you are. Let's everybody listen.
My name is Smith, and I would like to become an engineer and change the world.
Become an engineer and change the world. That is excellent. Everybody give a round of applause. We need engineers. That's filling the need. It's very important. I'm going to come right here, the red jacket. If you can stand up for me. Tell me who you are. All right, Tyler, I'm going to pause you for a second. I want to make sure they can hear you all the way over here, because your vision is important. Speak a little bit louder for me. in some way. Excellent, I love it, that's great. A round of applause. Very good. Okay, so the $1 million question, like almost everybody in some way, shape, or form has a dream, all right? But the $1 million question is, how are you going to get there? How are you going to get there, right? You want to be an engineer. You want to do some really impactful work in Japan. I absolutely love that. You want to make a dent and impact in a positive way in the world. That's fantastic. How are you going to get there? So I want to take you a moment. I want you to take a moment. I'll give you about 30 seconds, and I want you to think for a moment about what's your plan. How are you going to get there? How are you going to get there? And then I want you to write it down. So as you're writing and keep thinking, but I'm going to share a little information with you. As you're thinking, it would be very challenging for any of us here in the room to pick any sort of career, goal, dream that we would have for our life, and in some way, shape, or form it didn't require us to have education. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I'm saying like it would be very, very difficult. If all of you decided to just stop going to school today, first of all, I don't think you could, but let's say you decided to stop going to school today, it would be very hard for you in some way, shape, or form to make your dreams happen in Japan. It would be almost impossible. It would be impossible for you to become an engineer, right? The education that you receive, both inside and outside of school, is incredibly valuable for you getting to where you want to go. But you got to have a plan. How are you going to get there? How are you going to make sure that you successfully make it past the 7th grade, the 8th grade, you transition well into high school? So tell me this morning, who has a plan? Okay, right here, because I saw your hand earlier. Please stand. What's your plan? How are you going to get, first of all, what do you want to do? What's your vision?
I want to be a horse trainer and go to the Olympics as a professional cheerleader.
Yeah, I remember that from yesterday. Very good. And tell us, how are you going to get there? How are you going to accomplish it?
I'm going to get as much experience as I can and just practice.
Very good. Excellent. Anyone over here? I haven't heard anyone over here. Anyone here want to share? Anyone? I need some voice from this side of the room. Yeah, right here. Please stand. We'll say it a little bit louder for our folks over in the corner.
I want to become a physical therapist when I can live next college experience.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very good. How about you? Please stand. Tell us, Lily, what do you want to do?
Ever since I was little, I've wanted to become a digital illustrator for Disney or Pixar. So my plan is to draw in fields that I am unfamiliar with. And another goal of mine is to help children and adults in need. So what I could do is I could go to the store, buy food and clothes and other necessities that children and adults could use and create.
Excellent. Very good. Okay, so I want you to take good notes here. I'm going to give you some tips and advice. We've got a little bit of time left together. And so as someone who graduated from Junction City Middle School, I didn't say that earlier, but I graduated from Junction City High School as well. Just like Junction City is my home. So for someone that has come from this community and has now traveled all over the world and have done some really cool things, I have some advice I want to give you this morning as we talk about your plan and the vision that you have for your life. Number one, the thing that I want you to write down, and we've already been doing, but I want to make sure you write it down. Number one, I need each and every one of you to be thinking about a plan that you have for your life. I spent some time at the high school yesterday, and what I told all the 9th graders yesterday is that, listen, you only get one life. This is it. You get one life to live, and I want you to think about this life as a book. It's a story. And every single year that you live, it's a different chapter. And so the cool part, like any author of a book, of a story, is they have an opportunity to write their own story. And so for some of you in the room, I'm going to venture that you are not being very intentional. You're not being very thoughtful. You're not being proactive or planful about what you want your life story to look like. You wake up in the morning, you live and breathe, and then you go home and go to bed at night, right? But you're not directing much of your time and your effort towards what you want your life story to look like. Now, we think about the tragedy over the weekend, Kobe Bryant and so many others. It's like for some people in our life, right, like Kobe, you get to live to be in your 40s. But imagine his daughter that only made it to 13. So some of you here, like none of us, we don't know how many chapters in our life book that we get. So what I want you to do, and what successful leaders do, is they wake up every morning knowing exactly why they're here on this earth and what they're working toward. So if you want to be an engineer, I need you to wake up every morning with this focus and this plan of, today I'm going to go to school and I'm going to focus and I'm going to make sure I'm turning in my assignments because all of this is going to help me be an engineer. And trust me, it is. It is. It absolutely is. What is your plan? So the first thing that really successful people do, okay, the first thing that they do is they have a vision and a plan for their life. And the good news is you've already started writing that out. We just did that, right? They have a focus and a plan, the vision for their life. All right, now the second thing I want you to focus on, I want you to write down, okay, is I want you to write down who is in my circle, okay, with a question mark. This is a question. Who is in my circle? Who is in my circle? And what do I mean by that? You're here in this room for a reason. You're here in this room for a reason, okay? Your leaders, you've got tremendous potential. You're doing some tremendous things right now. But who is in your circle? Who are you surrounding yourself around every single day? Right? My daughters, Malia and McKenna, they are 8 years old. And we live in Houston, Texas, and they are competitive gymnasts. They love gymnastics. They've been in gymnastics since they were 4 years old. And does anyone know who Simone Biles is? Anyone heard that name before? So if you don't know who that is, Simone Biles is like the Michael Jordan of gymnastics. She is the best gymnast in the world, and arguably one of the best gymnasts to ever have lived. She has more gold medals than almost any Olympian, and she's phenomenal. So she has her own gymnastics facility. It's huge, it's absolutely huge. And she trains there. She's getting ready for the Summer Olympics right now. And many other gymnasts, young and old, train there as well. So my twin daughters, Malia and McKenna, they are passionate about gymnastics. And that's where they go and they train. At the age of 8 years old, they train 20 hours a week. Monday through Friday, 4 hours a day. That's a lot for me, right? It's pretty intense, especially for an 8-year-old. And so one of the things that I talk to my daughters about is just like you're doing right here, and what we've seen Simone Biles, one of the best gymnasts, the best gymnast in the world, is she has a plan. She has a vision for what she wants to accomplish, but then she also has a tremendous circle. So what I'm talking about is the people that you surround yourself with. I don't want you to answer this question out loud, but the thing I'm going to ask you is the people that you spend most of your time with, do they help you get to your goal, or do they not? Do those people help you be a better, positive person? Or do they bring negativity around you? Who is in your circle? So the best Olympian in the world, Simone Biles, who do you think she surrounds herself with? If she wants to be an Olympian, and if she wants to win gold medals at the Olympics, who do you think she hangs out with? She hangs out with Olympians, and she hangs out with trainers that can help make her better, right? She has what's called a sports psychologist. Anyone here that loves sports, this is an amazing field and career, but for athletes, they help you train your mind, right? So that when she goes into the Olympics, and there's an arena with thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and she has to get on the balance beam in front of those thousands and thousands of people, there's a sports psychologist that she works with to help her remove fear. And that nervous energy, it's all wired in her mind, right? She surrounds herself around people that can help her be the best Olympian in the world. So I'm going to tell you, if you want to be an engineer, and this world, we need more engineers, I'm going to ask you who is in your circle. Are you surrounding yourself around teachers and mentors and friends that help you do what you need to do now to become a great engineer? Who is in your circle? Some of you here today, I'm going to challenge you because you're going to need to find some new people in your circle. You don't have the right people that are going to help you get to where you want to go. Okay? Now, I think there were some folks that I met yesterday. Anyone here, raise your, because I love sports, I'm going to ask you, anyone here love sports? You play sports? Okay? Would anyone here, your heart's desire is to play sports in college? Your hand raised. Some of you? What sport do you play? Track? Love track. Do we have anyone else in here? Does track? Very good. And you raise your hand, you would love to do track in college, right? So I'm going to ask you, who's in your circle? Who's helping you make sure that right now in this stage of your life, this chapter in your life story, that you're preparing yourself so that years down the road, that's what you do. Because I believe it. I believe you can get there. Absolutely. So have a vision, have a plan. The third thing is I'm going to ask you who is in your circle. All right, we got just a couple of minutes left. The next thing that I'm going to challenge you to do is to take care of yourself. These things sound simple and basic, but I'm going to tell you right now, there's so many things that we don't do. I want you to think about yourself, your body, like a car or a truck. Now, if you were in this session with me yesterday, don't answer this question, okay? If you don't put gas in a car or a truck, what happens? You run out of fuel. When you run out of fuel, what happens to that vehicle? It won't work, right? You can't drive it, right? So I want you to think about yourself, your body, your mind, like a car or a truck. If you don't put gas and fuel in yourself, you're going to run out. Now, what is your gas and your fuel? Food. What else? Sleep. Anything else? Information. Yes, absolutely. What else? Positivity. Yes. I'm going to add one more in there. Exercise. Now, I'm not saying you have to go run 15 miles a day, but what I am saying is you get outside, get fresh air, you should go for a walk, you should move your arms, you move your legs, right? That's how our bodies are designed to do. And so too many of us, we're not putting enough fuel in our body. One habit I decided that I was going to create is I was going to start going to bed earlier. I challenged myself that I was going to get at least 7 hours of sleep every single night, okay? Because what I know about myself is that if I don't get at least 7 hours of sleep, I wake up and I'm tired. When I'm tired, I'm grouchy. And when I'm grouchy, I can't think clearly. And I'm not my best self, right? So whatever goals that I have in my life, it's going to be 10 times harder to get there because I'm not ready. Okay, I didn't get enough sleep. Let's talk about food, right? And how important food is. I love food. I absolutely love food. What I've learned about myself is when I don't put the right foods in my body, I don't feel good. Okay? My anxiety level is higher. I stress about things that normally I wouldn't stress about. Right? So today, I'm going to challenge you as leaders and as people who have plans and visions and goals for your life. If you want to go and be a track athlete, a collegiate track athlete, I'm going to ask you, what kind of fuel are you putting in yourself? What's in your car? What's in your truck? Okay? Not the literal one, but you. Are you getting enough sleep? Are you coming to school ready to go into the classroom and give your best work, give your best effort? Okay? And if the answer is no, you have an opportunity to change that habit. All right? So, number one, we need to have a vision. Number two, we've got to have a plan. Number three, I need you to ask yourself, who is in your circle? Are you surrounding yourselves around the right people that are going to give you the right kind of success? And then number four, are you getting fuel? How are you taking care of yourself? That's self-care. And then the last thing I'm going to share with you, gang, make this school stuff matter. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm the first person in my family to go to college. I'm among just 2% of the American population that has a doctorate degree. I came right here from Junction City. I'm one of you. So one of the things that I'm going to tell you is that when I was in the 7th grade, the 6th grade, maybe the 8th grade, I didn't take school serious enough. I didn't know how important this stuff is. So I had to tell the 9th graders, just yesterday I was at the high school, I said, guess what, when it comes to college, I'm a college admissions director, I look at your academic work. I'm the person that looks at your academic work and says yes or no whether you can come to my college, okay? And I will tell you, 9th grade is where it really starts. Okay, do I get any 8th graders in the room? Okay, if you're raising your hand, listen clearly to me. Next year when you go to 9th grade, your academic record, it matters for college. So if you get to high school, all right, and you fail all of your classes, I'm going to tell you it's going to be really difficult for your GPA and for you to go to the college that you want to go. It starts next year for you 8th graders. So guess what? If it starts next year for you 8th graders, that means right now you need to be building the habits for time management, turning in assignments, all of your assignments on time, learning to pay attention every single day in the classroom, that consistency. Build those habits right now, so then when you get into the 9th grade, you're ready to rock and roll. You're ready to get those all A's. You're ready to get that 3.5, whatever that great GPA is. And then that way, people like me, we're going to be looking for students like you. We're going to recruit you to come to our colleges. And even better, we're going to recruit you and say, hey, I have money to give you, free money to give you to come to my college and to study engineering. And give you free money to come to my college and run track and field. We're going to give you free money to come to my college and work with animals. Okay? And work with animals. So the last thing I want you to understand right now is that I need you all to start working to build those great habits as students and student athletes and musicians and those that are in theater. So when you get to high school, you're ready to have some success. Because that's when it all absolutely counts, especially when it comes to house. Does that make sense? Okay? We got some really good nuggets today. All right, let's wrap a couple of things up. I saw your hand first. Let me come here. Yeah, so great question. The question up here is, do you take the ACT or the SAT? You can take either one. Here in Kansas, it is most popular that students will take the ACT, but you can take either one. Yeah. So she said her sister took a college test like the ACT as early as the 9th grade, and absolutely, when you get it, especially when you get into the 9th and the 10th grade, we're going to encourage you to start taking those college entrance exams like the ACT. We're going to take it very, very early. But to do well on those, again, to do well on those, the habits that you're building right now as a student, right, you need to start right now. So if you came up to me and said, Dr. Maxwell, I want to go to college. Dr. Maxwell, I want to run track and field. Dr. Maxwell, I want to play football in college. Dr. Maxwell, I want to be in the college choir. Dr. Maxwell, I want to get scholarships. And I'm going to ask you, what are you doing right now so that you can get all of those great things later? Okay, I want you to think about that and those habits that you're building. Give yourselves a round of applause. You did well this morning. You all took a good start today.
Hey guys, you need to go out the side door. Maybe I don't know who I asked to help make sure that happened, but I don't know who you guys are members. You guys can go out the side doors. They can go ahead and start the meeting. Okay, so Davion, next time you can go down the front. We have the applicant over there. Is that everything? Side doors, you guys go ahead and stay here.
Have papers get.
Okay, so are you telling us to go that way? Okay, so Miss Brown, what do you want to go this way?
Can you guys quiet down, please? Can you guys quiet down, please?
Students, tomorrow on Sunday, our team will be playing the Super Bowl. So good Can I everyone please stand to the pledge of allegiance?
Good morning. Good morning. Dr. Mordell Maxwell serves Executive Director of Admissions at University of Houston. He previously serves as a college admissions professional at the University of Nebraska, Kansas State University. Also, he is a proud alumni of Junction City Middle and High Schools. Maxwell has a Bachelor of Science in Business Management for Kansas State University and a Bachelor of Arts and a Master's of Liberal Studies in Organizational Leadership from Fort Hays State University in 2019. He completed a PhD in Higher Education Leadership.
Give a round of applause. Awesome job. How we feeling this morning? Oh, we gotta wake up a little bit. How we feeling this morning? Hey, listen, we gotta get you alive. We gotta get you alive. There's too much greatness that we got today. So this is what we're gonna do. All right, I believe so much in the power and the importance of words. You're going to hear me talk a lot about this, and I'm going to tell you why. So listen, I don't want you to take this cheesy or corny. I want you to take this seriously because words are powerful and important. To get us warmed up, this is what I want you to do. I want you to look to someone either on your left side or your right side, and I need you to tell them very seriously. Take this seriously, okay? You might be the first one to tell your neighbor this today. Good morning. I'm so happy you are here.
Good morning. I'm so happy you're here.
Okay, let's do it again. Now, you gotta take this seriously. I know you're gonna feel a little cheesy and corny, okay? Listen, this is very important. I'm gonna tell you why these words are powerful. I need you to turn to someone else on the other side of you, and I need you to tell them, good morning, you are important to me. Yes. You might be the first person all week to say it to your neighbor. Good morning, you are important to me. Yes. Okay, let me teach you something. All right, let me teach you something. So, this is real life. These are I've worked at 3 different colleges, 3 different universities, and I've got a chance to meet some really awesome and very, very smart scientists that study the brain. And this is what I've learned from these scientists about the brain. Is all around our brain. Okay, I want you to hear this. This is one of your science lessons there. All in our brain, there are like these different wires. Okay, I'll call them wires today to keep things simple. All right, and they connect all in our brain. Anytime that we say or see something negative, it wires our brain to think negative. Very simple, right? Very true. This is what the scientists have found out. So if you see or hear negative things all day long, eventually your brain is going to tell you to start acting negatively. Okay? To feel and to think negatively. So I'm going to tell you why words are powerful, because scientists have found out that when we say powerful things, when we write down good things, we surround ourselves around positive energy, it's wiring our brain to be positive. And then after a while, your brain, the control center of your whole body, is telling you to do good, to say positive things. So all of a sudden you got, oh man, this is kind of cheesy, right? I'm telling you, you say, good morning, I'm so glad you're here. Good morning, you are important to me. You are now starting to wire your brain and your neighbor's brain for good. Right? That's what it's all about. I got another cool story for you. Kobe Bryant, fortunately, right? Really sad, tragic news, passed away. One of my favorite Kobe Bryant stories is when he was a freshman and we was in the 9th grade. He took a sticky note. He had 3 goals, and he wrote on those sticky notes his goals. One of them was to go to the NBA. Kobe Bryant took that sticky note, and he put it on the mirror of his bathroom. And so every single morning that he woke up and he brushed his teeth and he got ready for his day, guess what he was singing? Yes, his goals. NBA. His 2 other goals. And what the scientists will say is by Kobe every single morning waking up, seeing that he wrote down his goals, he was wiring his brain to work day and night to get there. Even when he was asleep, what we call the subconscious mind, when we don't think, when we don't know that we're thinking about something, our mind is working day and night toward those goals. So this morning, what we're going to do, if this time together is really going to work, is I need to make sure you write things down. Because words are powerful. Write things down. It's the first thing we're going to do to make our time worth it today. The second thing I'm going to need you to do, so we get the most, we get better than, we get the most out of this little limited time that we have, is I need everyone to pay attention. I need everyone to participate. All right? We got an hour together. A little less than an hour now. Right? We have about 50 minutes together. That's it. Now here's the reality. You could be doing so many other things that are a whole lot more challenging than spending time with me. You could be taking a test. Okay? There's no test I'm going to give you in the next 15 minutes. Right? So we're going to head out. This is going to be a little fun along the way. Only thing I'm asking you to do is to pay attention, participate, and to take notes. And then we'll see what happens. We'll see what we learn at the end. Okay? So, as mentioned earlier, my name's Mardell, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited for a couple of reasons. One is because I'm excited about you. I'm passionate about you. And although I don't know you really well, this is what I know. You are a part of a tremendous school. You are part of a great community. You want to know how I know that? Because I'm from here. I was born in Fort Riley. I grew up here, right here in Junction City. My parents still live here. I went to Junction City Middle School. I graduated from the high school. I am one of you. I know you are coming. You are right here in a tremendous community. Where do I live now? Houston, Texas. You'll see kind of the emblem right here in my shirt. UH. It stands for the University of Houston. It's a big school. What we call a Tier 1 Research University. We have Division I athletics. It's a big school, about 50,000 students. Okay? So to kind of give you some perspective, you know Kansas State University, right, has about 23,000 students, right? So about a little, more than half the size of the University of Houston. It's a really, really big college. All right? So I'm coming all the way from Houston, Texas. Has anyone been to Texas before? Oh, a lot of you. Excellent. Has anyone been to Houston before? Oh, a good number of you. Excellent. If you've never been to Houston, Houston is the 4th largest city in the United States. So you got New York, Los Angeles, Chicago is the 3rd largest, and then there's Houston. Houston is huge. Millions of people there. Okay? So I'm coming all the way from Houston, Texas, to spend time, just 50 minutes, with you. And we're going to do a little bit of learning over the course of this 50 minutes. All I need from you is to pay attention, to participate, and to take notes. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Today what we're going to talk about is the habits of successful people. One of my favorite books by Stephen Covey, The Habits of Successful Teams, or The Habits of Successful People, is one of my favorite books. And I want to share some of these principles that have really worked well in my life and the leaders and successful people that I've had a chance to study all throughout school. That's what we're going to talk about today. All right, so all of you should have a sheet of paper. On the back side of this paper, you'll see a section that says notes. I give you a little space here. We're going to use this part of the paper a lot over the course of the next now 45 minutes. The first thing that I want you to do, I got to warm your brain up, make sure you're thinking and ready to go. The first thing I want you to do is to write down 2 or 3 people, the names of 2 or 3 people that you really admire. Okay? When I say admire, these are people that you respect. These are people you might want to be like. Maybe there's some qualities or characteristics that you're like, you know what, this person's really good at this over here, and I want to be good at that too. So 2 or 3 people that you admire. It can be someone that you personally know. It can be someone that you do not know. Okay? If there are qualities and characteristics that you want to have that Shrek has, who am I to say that you can't admire Shrek? Alright? But you gotta tell me why. Alright? You gotta tell me why. Don't just write down Shrek or someone's name. You gotta tell me, why do you admire that person? Why do you want to illustrate, to copy, to be like the qualities and characteristics that that person has? Okay? I'll give you a couple minutes. 2 or 3 people that you admire and why. Yeah, do it in your notes section, okay? Back side of your paper here, section that says notes. You're doing good. I'm seeing lots of pencils moving. Excellent. Excellent. Very good. Raise your hand if you're done. Okay, I'll give you 30 more seconds. You can put your hands down. All right. Now, what I want you to do, again, one of my ground rules today is we've got to participate. So what I want you to do, we're going to use powerful words. We're going to say powerful words this morning. We're going to start to rewire the brain. I want you to turn to someone either on your left or your right, find a neighbor, and I want you to share at least one person that you wrote on your list and why. Okay? Tell them who you admire and why you admire that person. Good, you're doing great. Keep it up. About 30 more seconds. All right, we'll wrap up in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Do I have someone that wants to share? Want to share? Who do you admire? Okay, listen, so this is how it's going to work. I love to teach about leadership. What I know about great leadership, part of it is we got to work on communication skills. So today, at any point, if I call on you to share, you can change it, I'll come back around. If I call on you at any point to share, what I want you to do is to stand up really tall, okay? And I want you to speak clearly and loudly for everyone in the auditorium to hear. Okay, so that's going to be part of our learning today. So, you're going to be my first, okay? I'm going to stand up. I'll be right next to you here. You have my support. Now, I don't know you yet, so you're going to have to introduce yourself. These folks might know you, but I don't, okay? And you got to speak loudly so they can hear you. All right, tell me who you are. Who are you? Okay, and tell us, who do you admire? Yeah, Alicia Keys, I love Alicia Keys. That's awesome. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for sharing that. Stand up. Okay, same thing. You gotta be loud so the auditorium can hear you. Yes, I'm very interested in hearing this one.
Okay, I'm Abe Smash with Shrek because he's a powerful individual, he's green, and he's my father.
I love it. I love it. Especially if you want to be green. You picked the right person to admire. Okay? Right back here. Please stand. Be loud so they can hear you all the way over here. Okay, let's listen. We gotta listen so we can hear. Voices down. Voices down.
My name is Isaiah, and who I admire is Julio Jones.
So Julio Jones, if you don't know the football player, right? Atlanta Falcons, excellent. And why do you admire Julio Jones? Awesome. So you're going to love this. When we start talking about the habits of successful people, you're going to find that Julio Jones does every last one of these habits that we're going to talk about. So I encourage you to take really, really good notes. Okay, we're going to do one more. I saw a hand over here. Is it yours? Yes, please stand. We're going to do one more. There'll be more times to share, okay? All right, let's listen. Voice it down. Oh, tell me your name. Elizabeth. And who's Valerie? Where's Valerie? Oh my gosh. Okay, stay standing. Valerie, stand. There's something really awesome happening here. Okay, so say it again. Why do you admire Valerie? Because Valerie is very helpful. Let's give a round of applause for both of you. Okay, so let me tell you about leadership. Let me tell you something really cool and awesome about leadership that I want every last one of you to understand today. There are more than 100 definitions of leadership. There are thousands of different books that write about leadership. Today, I'm going to explain leadership as simply as I possibly can for you. Leadership is influence. Leadership is your ability to influence the attitudes and behaviors of the person next to you. The question is, can you influence them for good? Okay? That's the question. So what I love about the person that you admire is that that person that you admire, that leadership that's happening, is right here in this room. So this is an example for each and every one of you that leadership doesn't have to be this big grand thing. You don't have to be Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to be a great leader. You can influence your teammates. You can influence your classmates on every single day and understand that people will listen and watch and pay attention to that. So thank you for that tremendous example. I think it's wonderful. Okay, I think we're warmed up now. We're going to talk about some successful habits. We're going to do. I got a little fun activity for you here. What I do every single day is I'm a college admissions director. What that means is that thousands of students all across the world who want to go to school at the University of Houston, I'm one of the people that gets to read their admissions application that says, hey, this is the reason why I want to study at your school. And I have the task of either saying yes or no. Either you're accepted or you're denied. It's a tough job, right? But I get a chance to read thousands of applications every single year. So what I thought I'd do this morning is I thought I'd do a little exercise called true or false. I want you to tell me if any of these statements on the screen, if they are statements that were actually written on a college admissions application. Okay? True or false? Let's do our first one. The first one here, you decide, true or false, did someone write this? I professionally watered 22,500 office plants. What do you think? True or false? Did someone actually put that on a college application? Oh, we're like mixed. Oh, we got some thumbs up, some thumbs down. Okay. You said there's some weird people, right? Okay, let's try another one. Does someone actually write this on an application? I will need $30,000 to start, full medical benefits, and 3 weeks of vacation. What do you think? Sounds like what someone would put like for a job. Alright, let's do another one. I have 8 arms and 8 legs with excellent interpersonal skills. Did someone put that on a college admissions application? You're like, yes, absolutely. No, okay, excellent. I got a couple more for you. This one was one of my favorites. Being in trouble with the law, I moved quite frequently. Did someone put that on a college admissions application? Oh, I see a lot more thumbs ups on this one. Okay, I have one more. What do you think? True or false? Please don't regard my 14 jobs as job hopping. I never once quit a job. All right, you guys get this here? So if they had 14 jobs and they never quit, what do you think happened? They got fired. Okay, you got it. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's the deal. Every last one of these are true. These are all sentences that I have read on a college admissions application. Like, pretty crazy, right? So here's the deal. When I read your college application in a few years, I want to make sure you don't put, I have 8 arms and 8 legs, okay? We don't want to see that. Okay, let's get into the good stuff. The habits of highly effective people. Now remember what I taught you. Words are powerful when you write them down. And when you speak powerful words, it's rewiring your brain to be powerful, right? I love that we use Shrek as an example, right? Because you're right. Shrek was a very powerful person. Right? Although not real, very, very powerful. Okay? I want you to have that powerful presence. We're going to rewire that mind using these powerful words. So make sure you take notes. We're going to fill in the blank. I have 7 of them for you today. It'll go by pretty quickly. My first one. The first habit that I want you to learn about today of people who are incredibly successful. Be blank. You are responsible for your life. What do you think is the missing word? What do you think? Yourself? You? Shrek? Others? Some really good words. The one we're going to use today, and what I want you to write down in your notes, is proactive. Be proactive. You are responsible for your life. Now, what does the word proactive mean? It means for you to work ahead, to plan ahead, to think ahead. Don't wait till the last minute. Don't procrastinate. I need you to be proactive. Don't wait till the last minute. If you know that you have a homework assignment that's due on Monday, I don't need you to start working on it Sunday night. Okay? Yeah, some of you are like, that's me. But I'm telling you right now, successful people are proactive. Successful people use time management. Okay? What do you got? Oh yeah, I got this yesterday. So the question is, isn't proactive like a skin cream, like a skin care? Yeah, but let's think about what it does. If you have acne, what proactive does is it helps prevent new acne from coming. That's why they call it proactive. The medicine, it works ahead. That's what I need you to do in your life, is I need you to work ahead. That's what successful people do. Okay? So write it down. Make sure you write it down. Number 2. What do successful people do? They begin with the end in mind. They have a plan. Now, for many years, I've had an opportunity to study tremendous leaders. Let's use a name that I said before. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he had a vision. He had a goal. He had a dream. He stood up in front of thousands and thousands of people and he said, I have a dream. But then that wasn't it. He didn't say, I have a dream, and then went back to bed. He had a plan. He had a plan on how we were going to get equal rights. He had a plan on how he was going to get millions of other people to join the movement. He didn't just have a dream. He didn't just say, I want to be like Julio Jones, and then went back to bed, right? He had a plan. So, my question for you, and as you think about what you want your life to look like, is I'm going to ask you, what is your plan? How are you going to get there? What type of skills and qualities and skill sets do you need to get there? Successful people have a plan. Successful students have a plan. Students that have the ability to do well in school, get great scholarships, go to college. For some of you, you might want to start a business. Whatever that next thing in your life is, have a plan. Okay? Number 1, proactive. Number 2, have a plan. All right, number 3. Put the first thing blank, work first, then play. What do you think my missing word is? What do you think? Down. What do you think? Oh, money. Right, you got it. Put the first thing first. Work first, then play. There's this word called priorities. And what that means is that if you have 10 things to do today, okay, you're going to put them in order of what is most important. So, I'm going to stick with my Julio Jones example here. If you want to make the high school football team, just use that as an example. If you want to make the high school, Julio Jones is an NFL football player. Sorry, thank you for anyone who does not know. Very, very good. He's very, very talented. So, if you want to make the high school football team, okay, one of the things that I need you to put first is your academics. Because I'll tell you, they're not going to let you play football and your grades stay. Okay? If you tell me that you want to go to college and be an engineer, which is a great goal, an absolutely great goal, and you're missing 10 assignments, I'm going to tell you right now, you haven't put the first thing first. You need to, this weekend, make sure that you're getting those assignments finished, and on Monday you're ready to turn them in. It's going to be really hard for a guy like me to give you scholarships to come to my school and be an engineer, and you're missing 10 assignments right now. It's going to impact your grades. It's going to hurt your grades, okay? So, I need you to make sure that you have priorities. You put the first thing first. That's what successful people do. And every last one of you, we're building those habits. Number 4, this is one of my favorite. Think win-win. Blank can win. What do you think? You can win. Good word. Air 5. You got it. Absolutely. Think win-win. Everyone can win. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean everyone gets a first place trophy. I don't mean that everyone gets, at the end of the day, everyone's going to get the medal. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the things that you want to accomplish in this life that we have an opportunity to help each other get there. We're all a part of the same community. We're all a part of one family, and we all have an opportunity to help each other get there. So this is what I want you to do. On the back side of that piece of paper, we're going to go back to the notes section. Again, take this seriously for me. Words are powerful. I need you to write them down. On the back of your page, right here in the notes section, I want you to write down, what do you aspire? What do you want to do in your life? It could be an experience, somewhere you want to travel. Maybe it's a career that you've already been thinking about. Maybe you want to go to college and you want to study how to be a teacher or a musician. Maybe you want to own your own business. But what do you aspire? What do you want to do with this one life that you have? I want you to write it in the notes section. Write it in the notes section. Good, I see pencils moving. This is great. Yes. Good question. What if you don't know? Today, if you're in the room and that's a really, really hard question to answer, I'm going to challenge you to write what things that you really enjoy doing right now. What do you like to spend your time doing? When you get out of school, what do you think about? What do you like to spend your time doing? What makes you happy? Okay? And then I want you to write that down. All right? Do you have a question? That's tremendous. I love that. Have you guys, yeah, we're going to talk to that. That was awesome. Hey, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard the term crabs in a barrel? Some of you yes, some of you no. Okay, I have a little assignment for you. I want you to research. You can look up, you can Google, look up on the internet. You can search for videos called crabs in a barrel. And what you're going to find is videos of crabs in a barrel. Pretty simple, right? So when there are crabs in a barrel, all of the crabs, they all want to get out first. They all want to be the first one there. And so what happens when a crab starts to get to the top of the barrel, there's another crab that starts to pull them down. And so for hours and hours, as these crabs start to try to fight out of the barrel, none of them get out. So as a community, as a class, as a school, as a city, Junction City, what we have to work really hard at is to not be crabs in the barrel. So if your mission is to own a business, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to go and be a teacher, right? If you want to be a mechanic, if you want to be an athlete, the reason why I want you to speak and say powerful and important words to each other is because you're going to be lifting people out of the barrel instead of pulling them down. And so when we talk about everyone can win, that's what we need. It's to be the opposite of the crabs in the barrel. It's to figure out a way, like if I know that you want to go to school and be a teacher, it's how can I help you and how can you help me? Everybody can win. That's what we mean by that. Okay, great examples. Let's keep going. You all are doing great. I only have 7, so we're almost there. Seek to understand, then to be understood. Blank before you speak. Think. Great word. Love it. Anyone have a different one? Yes? Thought. Hold that thought. 1 second. Hold that thought. Anyone know a word? Seek. These are great words. The one that we're going to use today is listen. Listen before you speak. Now here's the cool part about how most of us were made. We were designed. We happen to have 2 of these and 1 of these. So we were actually designed, we were built to use these twice as much than we use this right here. Now I have some favorite leaders, right? So we talked about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. There's a name, Alice Paul. Alice Paul led the women's rights movement. There was a time in the early 1900s where women did not have the right to vote and to do many other things that women have the ability to do now. And Alice Paul, tremendous leader, she fought, she advocated, she picketed to be able for women to have equal rights. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Alice Paul, when we see videos or we learn about them in the textbooks, we often see them speaking. One of the most famous images of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is him speaking, giving a speech. I have a dream. We rarely ever see these tremendous leaders quiet, listening, reading, researching. But I'm going to tell you, tremendous leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Alice Paul, twice as much as they were speaking, they were quietly listening. Great leaders have the ability to ask questions. Great leaders have the ability to learn. Great leaders have the ability to listen. And so as we are building the habits of great leaders, what I need you to really practice and to learn right now is to listen and learn before you speak. Got it? Let's keep moving. Number 6. Synergize together is... Who said better? Right here, up top. Excellent. Together is better. Yes, together is better. Now listen, as you write in your notes, I want to be clear about something. Okay, if you don't know this yet, again, life is hard. It's hard, right? For most of you in the room, maybe not all of you, but for most of you in the room, school is not easy. You have to work. You have to study. You have to do your homework. If you don't study and you come into the classroom and your teacher gives you a quiz, if you didn't study, you're probably not going to get a good grade. That's most of us here in the room. That was me, okay? School is hard. Then when you leave school, let me tell you, especially when you get older, right? Tell me, when you start having bills, right? My guys, my gentlemen that are in high school right now, right back here, right? One of the things I heard them say is like, high school is hard. I have more assignments. The teachers have more expectations. Things are moving faster than what I'm used to in middle school, right? High school is hard. So let me tell you something. This thing called life, many times, it's not going to come easy. So my advice to you today, and what successful people do not do this life alone. I'm going to say that again. Do not live this life alone. You need people. You need friends. You need teams. You need community. You need each other. So when you walked in this morning, and the first thing I said was turn to your neighbor and say, good morning, I'm so happy to see you. The reason why I wanted you to say something nice is because you need them. You need them. The reason I wanted you to look at your neighbor and say, hey, you are important to me. Some of you felt a little cheesy about that, right? But the reason I needed you to say that is because you need them. You may not know you need them, but you need them. Don't do this life alone. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. didn't say, I have a dream, and then he did the civil rights movement all by himself. No, the I have a dream speech was a call for millions of people to help him in this movement for civil rights. So listen, as young leaders that you are right now, I want you to know that you need each other. You need people. You need teams. You need community. Don't do this life alone. Together is always better. Okay, we've come to the time. My last habit, and without a doubt, my favorite one. Sharpen the saw. I'm going to tell you what it means. Sharpen the saw. Sharpen the saw is the theme of my life. It is the motto that I live by every single day. Have you ever taken a plastic knife and tried to cut a steak with it? Or a watermelon? Like, you eventually could do it, right? It's not impossible. But I'll tell you, like, cutting a piece of steak or opening up a watermelon with a very sharp knife is a whole lot easier than trying to use a dull plastic knife. I'm going to be honest with some of you today. I didn't come all the way from Houston, Texas, okay, to kind of not be honest with you. I'm going to shoot you straight here. Some of you in this room, your knowledge, your skill, your motivation, your purpose is pretty dull. It's dull as a plastic knife. Okay? So when we say sharpen the saw, what do we mean by that? It means every single day you wake up and you walk into this building, every single day you walk around your home, is you're finding opportunities to get better. You're finding opportunities to learn something new. You're finding opportunities to be a part of a team, to be a part of a community. Okay? My guys back here that are now in the 9th grade, many of them play sports. They're in soccer, they're in basketball. They told me they had a game tonight. They played against Washburn Rule. Listen, let me tell you, if they didn't practice their free throws, if they didn't practice their handles, and they went up against Washburn Rule tonight, the boys are going to have a hard time winning because they didn't sharpen their saw. On Monday morning, if you come to school and you got a test, if you got a quiz, and you didn't study this weekend, I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be hard for you to be successful because you didn't sharpen your saw. You didn't practice. You didn't study. You didn't read your assignment. Okay? Do you guys understand what I mean by sharpen the saw? Okay, when I see you next time in the hallways, if I come back and visit you next year and I see you, I'm going to ask you, hey, tell me, how are you sharpening your saw? How are you getting better? How are you getting a little bit smarter? How are you growing your skills? Successful people in any kind of industry, successful parents, your mom, your parents, your guardians, your teachers in the room, they're sharpening their saw. You may not see it, but your teachers are working incredibly hard to learn how to teach you better in the classroom every single day. They are. They're working really hard at it. They're sharpening their saw. So my question for you, young leaders, those dreams, those goals that you wrote on your paper, how are you going to sharpen your saw to get there? How are you going to get there? All right? College? Absolutely. I heard college. Well, I'll tell you right now, as a college admissions director, if you got missing assignments right now, if you're not studying for that test you got next week, I'm going to tell you it's going to be really hard for a guy like me to say, hey, come to my college. I'm going to give you thousands of dollars. I'll pay for your education. So starting right now, not later, now, you could be building these habits, sharpening the saw, that are going to help you be successful for later. Does that make sense? Okay? All right, I got one last thing I want you to write. Again, words are powerful. Don't skip this step. This step is really important. I got one last thing I need you to write. We're talking about habits of successful people today. What is one habit that you need to stop, not start? What's one habit that you need to stop in order for you to be successful? Something that's not helping you get better. What's something that you do all the time? Hands down for a second. I want you to think it right. Quietly thinking right. What is something that is not helping you sharpen your saw? I want you to write it down. Okay? I want to see pencils moving. Write it down. This is important. Good. Very good. I see pencils moving. That's excellent. We're rewiring the brain this morning. Excellent. I love it. You all are doing great. I'm proud of you. Excellent job. Anyone want to share? What's a habit that you need to stop right now in order to be successful? Okay, we'll go right. I saw your hand first. Stand up. Now remember, great communication skills. I want you to stand proud. Tell me who you are and speak loudly so the person all the way across the room can hear you.
My name is Trayvon, and I need to stop being a class clown.
Good. So good. So you got support. You got your network, your team is like, yes, we'll help you with that. Let's give a round of applause. Thanks for sharing. Now, is it Trayvon? Is it Trayvon? Okay, stand up. I want to coach Trayvon a little bit. And we've probably got some other folks in the room that think they're class clowns as well. I want to be clear about something here, okay? I'm not telling you this morning you can't be funny. Alright? We actually talked about this yesterday, didn't we? I will tell you someone else that was a class clown. Anyone know Kevin Hart? He's pretty darn successful. Kevin Hart is a very, very accomplished comedian. Kevin Hart also was very much the class clown. And I'm going to tell you the difference. I'm going to tell you what has made Kevin Hart successful. Is Kevin Hart did not let his funny business get in the way of his goals. He didn't allow funny business to get in the way of him finishing school. For him to be able to go and go to the comedy clubs and work on, I'm going to tell you right now, I watched this awesome documentary on Kevin Hart. Every last one of these principles we talked about today, Kevin Hart did. So listen, if you're funny, you can be the funny guy. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But don't let being the funny guy get in the way of you sharpening your saw. Right? And many of these other principles that we talked about today. Let's give Trayvon a round of applause. All right, I want to hear from somebody on this side of the room. I'm coming over here. I saw your hand right here. Right here. Okay, listen. We got to listen. Stand up tall, proud. Tell us who you are. What's one habit that you need to stop doing right now?
I'm Leilani, and one habit is being positive. Everything I've learned in life, being positive is a really bad habit. Because then it's stuff that makes everything hard.
So the negativity we're going to get rid of, right? Absolutely. Let's give a round of applause. I love it. Hey, listen, I want you to think of positivity like a muscle, okay? If we never work out our muscles, they never get big and strong, right? So positivity is like a muscle. You gotta work it out every day. So again, it might feel a little cheesy for you, but when you wake up in the morning, one of the things, I have 8-year-old girls, Malia and McKenna, and at 8 years old, I tell them to do this. We're going to work the positivity muscle. When they wake up in the morning, we do the Kobe Bryant method, and they're brushing their teeth, and they're looking in the mirror. I don't talk to themselves. Like, they feel really goofy doing it. But I have them look in the mirror, and they say, "Good morning, Malia. You are important today. Good morning, Malia. I'm glad you are here today." What they're doing, it sounds goofy, right? But listen, they're exercising a muscle. It's the positivity muscle. So, this is great. I'm glad this is a habit now you're going to start to rework. You can try some of these things we talked about today. All right, we got time for one more. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go right here. All right, you guys stand up for me. Keegan says he doesn't want to sleep all day. Anyone here really love to sleep all the time? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, hands down. Hey, listen, sleep is really important, okay? Sleep is really important. But probably not all day, right? Probably not in class. So as we close today, hey, listen, as we close today, my last challenge for you that I really want you to do is we've got to practice what we call self-care. Can you say self-care? Okay, what I mean by self-care is I want you to think of your bodies like a car or a truck. If you do not put gas in a car or a truck, what happens to it? It breaks down, it runs out of gas, you can't drive it, right? So I want you to think about your body like a car or a truck. Now, can you tell me what is the fuel, the gas for your body? Just say it out loud. Food. What else? Sleep. Water. Oxygen. Yeah, okay, so listen, there's 3 things that, all right, voice it off. All right, there's 3 things that I want you to do. I want you to build a habit around sleep. I try to get at least 7 hours of sleep every single day. Because what I know about myself is if I don't go to bed on time at night, and if I don't get at least 7 hours of sleep, I wake up, I'm slow, my brain is not as sharp, I'm a little grouchy. Actually, I'm a lot of grouchy, okay? I'm really, really grouchy, and it's hard for me to have these successful habits. I gotta get sleep. The second thing is, I gotta eat well. I gotta put good food in my body so that when I wake up, I have energy. So like this morning, I got energy. When y'all walked in, y'all were like, "Oh, I'm tired." I walked in, I'm ready to go. We're gonna get better. We're gonna sharpen the saw today. I got 7 hours of sleep. I woke up this morning, I ate some really good food. I'm hydrated, I drank my water, I'm ready to go. I put good fuel in my body, okay? So the thing that I want you as successful leaders, the thing that I want you to do is to practice this concept of self-care, okay? Put good fuel in your body just like a car or truck. It's gonna carry you a long way. Give yourself a round of applause. You were great this morning. Hey, listen. If you catch anything this morning, I hope you took really good notes. But more than anything, I came all the way from Houston, Texas, at minimum, to tell you that you are important. To tell you that you can do some incredible, incredible things, and you have a lot of people that believe in you. Okay, I need all eyes on me for a second. We're almost done, trust me. There are a lot of people that believe in you. So now you need to make sure that you believe in yourself, and every single day I need you to come and work on sharpening your saw. Can you make that commitment? Yeah. All right, excellent. Stay seated. My guys right here, they're going to take you out by rows, okay? So make sure you pay attention here. Great job.
Sixth grade is such an inspirational student. Thank you, we got you a gift.
Oh, awesome. Oh, love it. Yes. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for having me. There's all sorts of goodies in here.
Before a presentation, hand sanitizer for a hand drill shake after, and a chocolate bar for job well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay guys, can we quiet up please? Can we quiet up? Dr. Maxwell serves as Executive Director for Admissions at the University of Houston. He previously served as a college admission professional at the University of Nebraska and Kansas State University. Also, he is a proud alumnus of Junction City Middle and High School. Maxwell has a Bachelor of Science in Business Management from K-State University and a Bachelor of Arts and a Master's of Liberal Studies and Organizational Leadership from Fort Hays State University. In 2019, he completed a PhD in Higher Education Leadership. Well done.
Awesome. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for the introduction. All right, how are we feeling this morning? Tired, good. I need a little more energy. How are we feeling this morning? Yeah. Good. I'm seeing some familiar faces I got a chance to meet yesterday. It's good to see you again. Excellent. Well, my name is Mardell, and I'm excited to have you here. Listen, I'm really excited to be here for a couple of reasons. As the great introduction said, this is my home. I was born in Fort Riley. I was raised here in Junction City. I went to Junction City Middle School. I graduated from the high school, and I now live in Houston, Texas. I work at the University of Houston, a really big school with about 50,000 students. I'm really excited to be here to spend time with you, and I got about 45 minutes. That's it. 45 minutes to spend time with you, and we're going to talk about the habits of really successful people. And so for this to work today, for this brief 45 minutes that we have, in order for this to work, I got a couple of rules, all right? And we're going to spend some time together today. The first thing that's going to be really important is we got to listen, and we got to participate. Now, here's the reality, okay? Here's reality. You could be doing so many other things that are much harder than spending 45 minutes with me today. You could be taking a test, a quiz. You could be working on homework right now, all really important stuff, but that's way harder than spending 45 minutes with me. So let's have some fun while we're at it, okay? The second thing that's going to be important to me to get the most out of these 45 minutes is we're going to write everything down, okay? My first lesson for you, words are important. And I'm going to tell you why. Words are very important. So you have a pencil, you have a sheet to take notes. If you don't have it, I need to see it. Take it out. Gentlemen, you're going to miss the opportunity. Make sure you have a sheet of paper, okay? And we're going to take some notes, and I'm going to tell you why. Over the last weekend, we lost, passed away, some 9 people in a helicopter accident, one of which was Kobe Bryant, okay? And one of my favorite Kobe Bryant stories is a story about the power of writing things down. When he was in the 9th grade, he had 3 goals. One of those goals was to go to the NBA. So what Kobe Bryant did is he took out a sticky note and he wrote on that sticky note, I want to go to the NBA. And he taped it on the mirror of his bathroom. So every single morning that he woke up and he got ready for his day and he brushed his teeth, guess what he saw? Every single morning. What did he see? Yeah, he saw that sticky note that had his goal, I want to go to the NBA. At 3 different universities I've worked with, I've got a chance to work with these really smart scientists that study the brain. And what these scientists have found is that inside of our brain, words, they wire the way our brain works. So when we use negative words, or we watch negative things, it wires our brain to think and act negatively. Okay? If we want to be positive, when we use positive words, and when we surround ourselves with positive things, we wire, the scientists say the way our brain works, it wires our brain to do positive things. So we're going to practice that, because that's what successful people do. That's what the habits that they have, is we're going to wire our brain to do some positive things. So one of my rules this morning, with the brief time we have, is that we have to write things down. We need you to take notes. We call it the Kobe method. Just like he did on the sticky note, we're going to do that on our sheets of paper. Now, if we can do those 2 things, pay attention, we're going to participate, and we're going to take notes, okay? Then I know we'll get the most out of these 45 minutes that we have together. Okay, so the first thing I need you to do, is remember words are powerful, I need you to write things down. On the back side of your paper, there's a section called notes. There's a little space I've given you, okay? There's a little space that I've given you. And the first thing I need you to do is to think and write down 2 or 3 people that you admire. Okay? 2 or 3 people that you admire. Now, when I say admire, it's someone that you respect. It's someone that has skills or characteristics or qualities that you say, man, I want to be like that person. I want you to think of who that person is. Maybe 2, maybe 3. And I want you to write their names down. Tell me why. Okay? It could be someone you know. It could be someone in your family. It could be a friend. It could be someone that you do not know. Okay? No, it cannot be yourself. Okay? Not a part of this exercise. I do not want you to write you. You can love you, nothing wrong with that, but I want you to think of someone else that you admire. Very good. I've seen lots of pencils move. This is great. Yes, write down why. Okay? Who and why? Why do you admire that person? Oh, this is not hard. I can give you a math test right now. Write it down. Who do you admire? I'm giving you the easiest question in the world. Write it down. Hey, listen. I'm feeling the energy in the room. I can keep her. Listen, I work with high school students all day long. I got a whole lot for you. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. If it's good enough for Kobe Bryant, why can't it be good enough for you? Write it down. If it's good enough for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I know you got something wise to say, but if it's good enough for Dr. Martin Luther King, why can't it be good enough for you? Write it down. It's not a math test. Write it down. Write it down. All right. How many of you are done? Raise your hand. I want to see more hands. I'll give you 30 more seconds. Okay, write it down. Write it down. Come here, wait. What you admire and respect. Okay, you're doing great. So I'm looking for 2, maybe 3 people that are brave enough to share. Okay, I saw some hands back here. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. There's going to be some opportunities for you to speak out loud and to share. How this is going to work, we're about building leadership skills today. As strong leaders, you have to have strong communication skills. So anytime that I call on you to share today, I need you to stand tall, stand proud. You're going to speak loudly so the person all the way across the room can hear you. And because I don't know you, I need you to tell me who you are. Okay, so introduce yourself. All right? Now, for the audience, if you are not speaking, the most important thing you can do is respect each other. I need you to listen. Okay, can you stand for me? Okay? Now, speak loudly. You can put your hands down. Speak loudly. We're going to listen all the way across the room. Tell me who you are.
My name is Ivy.
Hi, Ivy. And who do you admire? Absolutely. Let's give Ivy a round of applause. She admires her dad, who's a police officer. Excellent. Great to meet you, Ivy. Let's come across the room here. My gentleman in the red sweatshirt. Can you stand for me? All right. Tell me who you are. Oh, turn around. We got to see you. All right. Tell me who you are.
Isaiah.
Okay, Isaiah. Who do you admire? Why?
Because he's one of the reasons why I'm here.
Yeah, high five with that, absolutely. Let's give him a round of applause. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he's the reason I'm here for you today. Okay, in the color, all the colors in your shirt. Yeah, stand for me. All right, let's listen. All right, you gotta be loud. Tell me who you are. Owen, and who you admire. Absolutely, it's a good mindset. Now listen, someone like LeBron, I gave an example of Kobe Bryant. We talked about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I would even bet your dad, who's the police officer, much of what makes them successful are the things we're going to talk about today. All right, so very good. Those are some great examples. Hands down, I'm going to ask for volunteers in a little bit. All right, so we got some people that we admire. Fantastic. Let's talk about the habits that make them successful. Now, what I do every single day for work, and I absolutely love it, I'm so passionate about it, is I help students go to college. Anyone here, any of an interest in going to college? Anyone here? Oh, a lot of you. Very good. You'll learn a lot more about it as well, especially when you get into high school. Hey, listen, I love helping students go to college. Now, what my job is every single day is thousands and thousands of students all across the world that want to come to college at the University of Houston. I have my logo right here. That want to go to the University of Houston. I read their applications. They fill out an application online, and they tell me why they want to go to college at the University of Houston. I look at their grades. I look at their test scores. And then I'm one of the people that have to decide whether they get to go to college at my school or not. All right? So why is school important to you right now? Is because people like me, especially if you want to go to college, people like me, we're going to lose your grades. And we're going to determine whether you worked hard enough, whether you got good enough grades. And even if you did well enough, I might even give you thousands and thousands of dollars to come to my school. Okay? That's how it works. That's how the process works. Okay? So, I will answer that question. That's a really good question. I will answer that later, okay? So, I thought I'd do something fun this morning. I'm going to do an activity called True or False. I want you to decide. I'm going to put some sentences up on the screen, and I want you to tell me, does someone actually put this on their college application? Okay? You can put up a thumb for true, or thumbs down for false. All right, my first one, you decide, does someone actually put this on a college application? I professionally water 22,500 office plants. What do you think? Does someone actually put that on their college application? Mixed bag. All right, we kind of got a lot of these going. All right, how about this one here? I will need $30,000 to start, full medical benefits, and 3 weeks of vacation. What do you think? No? No? Yes? So? Okay. Don't know? Is that what that means? Okay. How about this one here? Does someone actually put this on their application? I have 8 arms and 8 legs with excellent interpersonal skills. You didn't know spiders could type, right? That's a good one. I love that. I love that. We got a big thumbs up all the way in the back. Being in trouble with the law, I moved quite frequently. Did someone put this on a college application? You're right. Why would you put that on there, right? Absolutely. You're sharp. Very good. I have one more for you. What do you think about this one? Please don't regard my 14 jobs as job hopping. I never once quit a job. What do you think? So you guys get this? So like if they had 14 jobs and they never once quit a job, what do you think happened? All right, you caught that. Very good. They got 5. Do you think someone put that on their college application? Yes? Okay, very cool. Hey, listen, all of these are true. I've read these sentences in someone's college application over my years in working in education. Yes, someone actually said I have 8 arms and 8 legs. They don't really have it, right? But they're being a little joker. Okay? All right, excellent. Let's talk about habits. Now, I want you to remember the power of words. Don't take this lightly. If it's good enough for successful people, trust me, it's good enough for you. You have this sheet here. We're going to fill in the blanks. Now, you do not need to turn this into me. This paper is yours. Okay? I hope you choose to keep it as a reminder of the habits of successful people. It will help you in your life. All right, so I want you to take a guess. Number 1, be blank. You are responsible for you. What do you think that word is? Be yourself. I heard be smart. I heard be kind. Be positive. Be brave. I heard independent. Some really great words. The one that we're going to use this morning, be proactive. Let's talk about the skincare. Absolutely. Be proactive. Write it down. Write it down. I show you how to spell it up there. Be proactive. Now, what does that mean? Proactive means to work ahead. Proactive means we don't want you to procrastinate or to wait until the last minute. If you have a lot of us procrastinate. If you have a homework assignment that's due Monday morning, what successful people do not do is wait until Sunday night to start their assignment. If that's what you do, that's not a habit of successful people. Successful people work ahead. Okay? So listen, the habits I want you to start building today is to think about how can I work ahead and the things that help me reach my goals. I need to be proactive. Now, I had someone here up front, and I had someone in the previous group say, man, isn't that the skincare product? Yes, Proactive is a skincare product. But let's think about the word. What does the skincare product do? When you use the Proactive medicine, the cream, it prevents acne. That's why it's called Proactive. So just like the medicine, what we want you to do as a successful leader is we want you to plan ahead. We want you to work ahead. All right? So, proactive is our first word. Proactive. All right, number 2. Begin with the end in mind. Have a... You got it. Air 5. All the way. Air 5. Absolutely. Have a plan. Successful people have a plan. Successful people have a plan. Successful people have a plan. So I want you to turn your paper over back to the notes section, and I want you to write down, what's one thing that you want to do with your life? What do you want to be when you grow up? What do you want to have a career in? Hey, don't use your voices yet. Quietly. Don't use your voices yet. I just want you to think it right. What do you want to do for a career? What do you want to do when you grow up? What do you want your life to look like? As you're thinking and writing, I want you to take this comment seriously. I want you to think about Kobe Bryant. Died in his 40s. I want you to think about his daughter Gigi. Died when she was 13. We only have one life. That's it. That's all we have. One. Listen, just no voices for a second. Listen, don't ruin this for your neighbor, okay? Voices off for a second. You only have one life. And when it's over, you don't get a doo-doo. Thank you. You don't have a redo. You don't get to do this over again. Hey, listen. Gigi Bryant at the age of 13, she's not coming back for a redo. Kobe Bryant is not coming back for a redo. You don't know how much time you get, right? So my question, this is for real, quiet, no voices for a second. I want you to think about this. You got one life. You got one life story to write. On your paper, I want you to tell me, what do you want to do with this one life that you have? Hold on. No hands. I just want you to think. Just want you to think for a minute. Write it down. What do you want to do? You want to become a doctor? Write it down. Okay? Be an artist? Write it down. I'll give you a few more seconds. Write it down. If you don't know what you want to do, that's okay. I want you to write down, what do you really enjoy doing in your free time? If you enjoy painting, art, write it down. Write it down. Then write it down. Playing games. Write it down. All right. You're doing good. Keep it up. Now, our success principle number 2 says you got to have a plan. So what I'm going to challenge you to do, we're not going to do it with our brief time this morning, but what I'm going to challenge you to do is to think about, how are you going to get there? So if you tell me that you want to be a doctor, what's your plan? What do you got to do to become a doctor? Okay? Well, we got to graduate high school. We got to make it to college. Then after we finish our bachelor's degree, we got to go to medical school. And after finishing medical school, right, then we got to get a job as a medical doctor, right? So what's your path? What's your plan? Okay? Right? Very good. Have a plan. Let's go to number 3. Number 3, put the first thing first. Absolutely. Put the first thing first. You got, hold on a second. Don't run it for your name. Put the first thing first. What I mean by this is, gang, I want you to have some priorities. Okay, have some priorities. If you're going to tell me that you want to be a doctor, you got to put the first thing first. If you're missing assignments, I need you to put the first thing first and get your assignments done. Okay? Get your assignments done. If you tell me that you want to make the high school football team, you get to high school, I'm going to tell you, if you're not eating well, sleeping well, exercising, okay, you got to put the first things first. If your goal is to get straight A's, and the first thing you do when you go home is play video games, that's not a success habit. That's not what successful people do. That's not what people that get straight A's do. Okay? So what successful people do is they have priorities. They put the first thing first. All right, let's go to number 4. Listen, I have 7 of them. We're almost there. You're doing great. Think win-win. Don't answer, because I know you know it. Okay? Think win-win. What's my missing word? Everyone. You got it. Yeah. Everyone can win. Everyone can win. I want you to say that out loud for me. Because this is exactly the lesson I want to give. What did you just say? No, say it. Say it. This will be a good example. We're all going to learn. What's your name? What's your name? So So what Damien said, maybe he was for real, but maybe he was being a wise guy. We're going to use it as a lesson. What Damien said up here in the front is that nobody can win. If I can't win, nobody. And listen, I'm going to tell you, Damien, whether you were joking or not, I'm glad you said it, because this is the lesson precisely that I want to teach you, is I want to give you a brief homework assignment, very easy. I want you to go to YouTube, and I want you to search crabs in a barrel.
No.
Okay? No, seriously, that's what I want you to do. I want you to search, go to YouTube, and you're going to type in crabs in a barrel. And you're going to find videos of course, crabs in a barrel. And what you're going to see about those crabs, there's probably going to be 100 crabs in a barrel, and all of them are going to be fighting and clawing to get out. Okay? Winning for those crabs is getting out of the barrel. But guess what? Those crabs have a mindset that only I can win. So guess what happens to those crabs? As soon as their neighbor, as soon as their friend starts to reach the top of the barrel, another crab, it pulls them down. Right? Seriously, I want you to go and search for this video. Crabs in a barrel. And so after an hour, none of the crabs ever make it out of the barrel because of that mindset. Because of the mindset that if I can't win, no one else can either. So we're pulling everyone else down. But a success principle is that, listen, everybody, all of you can win. If you want to be a medical doctor, and tell me, what do you want to do? Okay, so did you say you want to be a doctor? Oh, who said they want to be a doctor? Okay, let's see here. So you want to be a doctor, and you want to go to the NFL, the right mindset, win-win, everybody can win, is you guys can help each other. Instead of pulling each other down, using negative words, not encouraging each other, not helping each other, why not help each other out? All of you can win. So what we need to do in this class, what we need to do in this community, what we need to do in this school, is we've got to change the mindset. Remember when I talked about the Kobe method, right? We've got to rewire our mind to think positively, that actually, yes, you can win, and so can she, and so can she, and so can he. All of you can win. You can. You can absolutely win. Focus, you can win. I came all the way from Houston, Texas to tell you that mindset, it won't get you where you need to go. I came all the way from Houston, Texas to say the chitter and the chatter, it's not helping you get better. It's not. It's not. You have a choice to make. Right? Some of you here in the room are going to make the choice that you want to be successful, and some of you want to be cool. And here's the deal. When you get my age, at 34 years old, it's actually more cool to be successful. It's actually more cool to help people win. It's actually more cool to start a business and make money. But if you're too busy worried about what other people think of you, you never get there. Right? So now what happens is they don't get the success principles because it was more important to be cool. I'm telling you right now, my gentlemen that are helping me today that are now in the 9th grade, they were in this school last year. They're telling you right now, going to high school and trying to be the kid that doesn't do this stuff, it doesn't work. Being the class clown, it doesn't work. It doesn't. It doesn't work. Try it. My gentlemen that are now in the 9th grade, tell them, give them game. Does it work? It doesn't work. You're going to have 12th graders that are going to put you in your place and say, hey, listen, we're trying to go to college. Don't ruin this for me. Listen, I'm in the 12th grade trying to graduate, and I want to have a family one day, and I want to make money, and I want to build a business. I have goals. I have dreams. Don't be a class clown next to me. Those of you that play sports, you're going to get in Coach Zimmerman's weight room, and the class clowns, tell them, fellas, it ain't going to work. They're going to say, man, I'm trying to get my reps in because I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to go to college. So when I come all the way from Houston, Texas to talk to you about success principles, I'm telling you, I'm 34 years old. I've done this. I've sat in your seat. I'm telling you, the things I'm telling you today, if you want to get to where you want to go, this is real. We got 15 minutes left. Get the most out of this time that you have right now. And it's going to help you right now. It's going to help you when you get to high school. It's going to help you with whatever goals you have on that page. You're doing great. I only have 7 of them. We're almost there. Number 5, seek to understand, then to be understood. What I need you to do in your success is to listen before you speak. Now, we have a great example of this today. We got a lot of jokers in the room. A lot of jokers that want to not listen, but they do want to speak. They're ruining the experience for your neighbors, and they're not learning. But I'm going to tell you about successful people. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the reason why all of us get to sit in this room today, there was a day where if you had lighter skin or if you had darker skin, you could not sit in the same room together. You could not go to the same room together. You couldn't sit in the same restaurant and eat together. And there was this guy that had a dream, and he had a plan, and he was proactive. And he thought in his head, everybody can win. He had these success principles. And a guy like Dr. Martin Luther King, he came in and said, listen, I've got to learn before I can stand up and say I have a dream. I've got to ask great questions. I've got to learn what's important to politicians so I can propose new policy. Okay? We are fortunate, we were fortunate to be designed to have two of these ears and one mouth. So I need you to listen twice as much as you speak. Okay? Twice as much as you speak. Trust me, it'll be today. Number 6, one of my favorite, together is better. Together. Write it down, write it down, write it down. You're doing great. Together is better. Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, life is hard. School is challenging. There are very few of you that can do the bare minimum and still give you grades. It's just real life. It's true in college, it's true in high school, and it's true in middle school. Okay? School is challenging. As you get older and you have bills, you have things to pay for, right? Maybe there's some family dynamics that you have going on at home. Like life can be hard. Life can be really, really hard. I'll tell you a quick story. I have wonderful parents, but when I was in your shoes, when I was in the 6th and 7th grade, my father was an alcoholic. And it's a story I don't tell very often, but my father was an alcoholic. He struggled for several years with a drinking problem. And I remember not fully understanding what alcoholism, what it meant, and what that was doing to my dad. In the 6th and 7th grade, like I remember sitting in your shoes, right, and going, man, life is hard. I remember waking up on Christmas morning and being excited, right? We have presents under the tree, and my dad was drunk on the couch. That was the only Christmas he wasn't a part of. Life is hard. Life is really hard sometimes. And so what successful people do, what I'm begging you, I'm making a plea for you to do, is don't go through this life alone. It's too hard. Have friends. Take care of each other. Okay? Don't be the crabs in a barrel. What I'm telling you is be a part of a team. Join a club. Join the choir. Be a part of sports. Do some community service where you can be a part of a community. Together is always better. Now, I will tell you, my father is better now. He's been sober now for 20 years. And part of my dad being sober is he joined a community. He joined a group that helped support him stop drinking. He couldn't do it alone. He couldn't fight the alcohol addiction by himself. Together is better. That's what successful people do. Number 7, my last one, and without a doubt my favorite, is to sharpen the saw. I'll tell you what it means. Sharpen the saw. Now what I mean by sharpen the saw, have you ever tried to cut something tough like a steak or a watermelon with a very dull plastic knife? Listen, it's not impossible to do, but if you had like a really nice sirloin steak and you had a plastic dull knife, you could eventually cut through it, but let me tell you, it's not going to be easy. Especially compared to if you had a very sharp knife. And so if we apply this to our life, when we say sharpen the saw, I use this term all the time. When we say sharpen the saw, we're talking about getting better. We're talking about practicing. We're talking about doing your homework. We're talking about preparing for the exam. If you want to go and be a doctor, sharpening your saw means focusing on your grades. If you tell me that you want to go to the NFL, sharpening the saw means you got to get some good sleep, you got to eat good food, you got to exercise. Okay? You've got to really practice your skill set. Okay, my guys in the back that are in 9th grade right now, they got a basketball game tonight, and they're going to play Washington Rule. And so one of the things right off the bat, I'm thinking, man, how did they sharpen their saw this week? Did they practice their free throws? Right? Did they practice their dribbling skills? Okay, what did they do to get better, to prepare themselves to beat Washington Rule tonight? You got to sharpen your saw. So again, whatever it is that you wrote on the back of your paper as something that you want to accomplish or do, I'm going to ask you what's your plan. And I'm going to ask you, how are you getting better? How are you sharpening your saw? How are you preparing yourself to do the very thing that you aspire to do? Now, I heard someone in here, I'm going to tell you, there's no dream that's stupid. There's someone in here that said, I love to play video games. I spoke with a young man yesterday that said, I want to be a professional gamer. And I remember growing up, people would laugh at that. Like, really? Oh, you want to be a professional gamer? Some of you may know this, but like last year, one of the number 3 most lucrative, the person who made the 3rd most money on YouTube as a streamer was a gamer. Right? There are professional people who are passionate about gaming that go to college and learn how to make games. And Sony PlayStation and Microsoft with Xbox, they are hiring college graduates that love gaming so that they can engineer new games. So that even if you love gaming, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of success that you can have with that. But right off the bat, you heard me say, you've got to sharpen your saw. If you want to be a software engineer and build games, you're going to go to college. You've got to graduate high school. You've got to practice. You've got to sharpen your saw. So whatever it is that you're passionate about, you can be great at it. These success principles can help you get there. All right, can we write them down? Okay, very good. One last thing, you're doing great. Okay, so one last thing I got for you here is I want you to write down, take this seriously for me, in your notes section, we're talking about habits today. What's one habit that you need to stop in order for you to be successful? What is a habit that you need to stop? I want you to just think and write. What is preventing you from getting the kind of grades that you need? What is preventing you from coming to school and having a positive mindset? What is preventing you from getting better with your basketball game so you can help the team win? What's a habit that you need to stop? Good, I love it. I see lots of pencils moving. Excellent. Did you write something down? I'll keep thinking because I want to come to you. I want to hear from you. I love you guys so much because you remind me so much of when I was in middle school. You guys got everything to say when you're not supposed to talk. And then when I give you something to say, you got nothing to say. Right? You guys remind me so much of me when I was in middle school. Write those. Write them down. If it's good enough for Dr. Martin Luther King, it's good enough for you. Write it down. Okay, who wants to share? Okay, right here. Stand, please. Now remember, you got to be loud all the way across the room. They got to hear you. A little bit louder. A little bit louder.
I need to start sleeping better and not staying up every night.
Love it. High five. Sleeping better, not staying up every night. Absolutely. I love to stay up. I do. I love to stay up late. I love to watch TV. And I'll tell you, when I don't get at least 7 hours of sleep, I wake up and I feel tired and I'm grouchy and I can't think very sharp. Like my mind feels very foggy. I don't like that feeling. So when I was working on my doctorate degree in school and I knew that I had to wake up and have energy and think clearly, just knowing how my body works, I knew that I needed to get at least 7 hours of sleep. So I agree with you. That's a habit that I've had to stop as well. Very good. Back here. Yeah, you stand up, stand up, stand up. Tell me your name. So Gabby, the habit that she wants to stop is so much talking in class and listening more. Right? Is that what you said? I love it. That's a habit right up here. Absolutely. We want to listen twice as more than we use this here. It's really hard to learn when we don't use these a lot. Very good. I love it, Gabby. Thank you for sharing. Okay, you've been so patient. You've raised your hand. So stand up. Yes, please, stand up. Yeah, talking out loud and not playing games during class time. I'm going to tell you what some of you is a challenge. I talked a little bit about this before, is you guys have been told a lie in your community about what cool means. Exactly. Case in point. You all have been told a lie about what it means to be cool. You have. All right? Now, my ninth graders, my gentlemen, I want you to join me for a second. Come on up, okay? I'll keep talking for a minute. All right? You've been told a lie about what it means to be cool. Speaking out over your teachers, always trying to get the laugh, That is what your community has told you is cool. That's what gets you attention. Okay? Now, gentlemen, enlighten me, teach me a little bit. You are now in high school, and how does cool, what does that look like now that you are at Junction City High School? Help them understand.
You're not as popular. You don't need to be a popular kid. Just stand up and lead others the positive way. And that's not just saying nice things. That's helping them all the way throughout their high school career or through 1 year. Knowing them, it's basically you see them and they need help without asking you to do it. That's what makes them cool. Not walking around school and letting people know who you are.
What do you guys think? What's cool? What's cool now?
I would say, doing the right thing with nobody wants you. Because I learned that when I was in last stage. I learned that always do like the good stuff when the teacher was watching or my coach was watching. And I learned that doing the right things when nobody watching you like two things. Then because other people are watching you, so they're going to affect you, so they're going to say what you're going to do. It's going to help you guys at home.
So now that these guys are in the 9th grade, just last year they were right here in this building, just like you guys are right now. Help them understand what's the difference between middle school and high school. What can they be doing right now to help prepare themselves to be successful when they get to where you guys are at in the 9th grade?
The speed of high school is totally different. It's a lot more, it's a lot more stressful now. You can do stuff now.
Absolutely. What about you? What do you think? What's the difference between where they're at now and where you're at now in 9th grade?
You guys have it way easier. Like you guys can have missing assignments for 6 weeks, right? So when you get missing assignments in high school, they put them in 0, right? When they put missing assignments in, you guys 50%. So you guys are going to half credit now. But once you get in high school, you guys aren't going to get that. So it's going to impact your grades. And if you start doing missing assignments now, build those habits. So you need to do missing assignments.
Build those habits right now. So with these guys, what I had to teach them yesterday, and what I want you to learn right now, is that this guy, me, right here, what I do for a job every day is when these gentlemen want to come to college, I'm going to be looking at the 9th grade grades. What they're doing right now. So when they get to 9th grade, which they're in right now, and if these guys aren't paying attention to class, if they're getting 0s on their assignments, if they're not building up a great GPA, it's people like me that tells these guys, you can't come to my school. All right? You can't be that engineer at the University of Houston. You can't come and run track and field or play baseball or play football on my campus because starting in the 9th grade, you were a goofball. You didn't turn in your assignments, and you didn't do your work, and you didn't go to class, right? So why am I here? Why did I come all the way to Houston, Texas to spend time with you? Because these guys just told you, if you can build the habits now, when you get to the 9th grade, you are going to be ready for success. You're going to be ready to make that basketball team. You're going to be ready to get the good grades in class, to sit for what, you said 90 minutes? You're going to be ready to sit for 90 minutes, and you can listen twice as much as you speak, which is one of our success habits. Gentlemen, thank you for your advice. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your advice, guys. I'm proud of you. We made it through. We went through 7 habits. You got them all written down. Now you have a choice. You can choose to hold on to them, learn from them, practice them as soon as you start to leave these doors, or you can choose not to. That's the beautiful thing about life. You have a choice to make, and I hope that today this is going to be a start. It's going to motivate you, it's going to energize you to start practicing some of these habits. Give yourself a round of applause. You did great today. I'm proud of you. Excellent job. Excellent job. All right, listen. Thank you so much for being a great class today. I think we learned a lot. And I hope that I get to come back and visit you again. Before you get up, everybody stay seated. Before you get up, all right, My gentlemen here are going to help you dismiss, so make sure you listen to them. They're going to tell you what direction to go, and then they also are going to ask you to turn back in your pencils so our next group can use it. All right? If you brought your own pencil, put your hold on to it. All right? If you borrowed a pencil, make sure these gentlemen get back. All right? Thanks again, guys.
Why don't you walk with me? We'll see if we can run into her. She's probably
Everybody's on that party.
What time is it?
I'm like, you guys know, man.
Saturday, right?
It's just pizza. It's Saturday, right? That charge party, that's what I said. That's what I said.
It's not gonna be at JC Naz.
No, it's gonna be at
It's not. It's gonna be at
Split them up.
You got your money?
Right? Hey, where are you supposed to be? In the front?
Nobody goes.
Gary, you'll go on the other side. The introduction is, okay, so who's over there? No, okay, so Kira's down there, who's over there? Okay, so where are you at? They're all right there. Say on. Okay, we're ready.
Mark.
Please introduce.
That's so funny.
Like that was me.
Okay, so you can go to Canada, what you're gonna do is you're gonna guide them to go down there. So you're gonna everybody have your socks. Okay, so. Okay. Okay, so can I talk to you two guys?
Zane. Zane.
I think team three is down to.
I was trying to learn how to do TikTok.
Team three is gonna go back to the.
Once you do, I'm gonna be sure.
I will write you fast or whatever.
Because you thought you
Yes.
We can go. Alyssa, come on, we can go. Where are you?
Don't get my water bottle.
What do you make sure? What do you tell them?
They're not. You know, that's my own thing, it's my own. And he, after we gave him the car, we let him talk to him. We told him to graduate college. So he said, wait,
Yeah.
we are like they were, and none of them. So he was like, he got, well, he didn't get in trouble. He got caught for what he was doing. So I took his car for 2 weeks. He started running the car. Things like that. I was having a DVD. Yeah.
And they're gonna probably not stop so long. They're probably gonna be like 19. Okay, they should start.
No, it's, no, do it. It's not like that. Like, you know how boys pregnancy is? Yeah, you can stuff like that. But
Don't, come here. Not putting your stuff on right there.
You're about to play tonight. You're soon.
girls like yesterday. I'll encourage you already in the area. I'll give you two tests for doing
Maxwell serves as the Executive Director for Admissions at University of Houston. He previously served as the College Admission Professional at the University of Nebraska and Kansas State University. Also, he is a proud alumnus of Kansas City Middle and High Schools. Maxwell has a Bachelor of Science in Business Management from Kansas State University and a Bachelor of Arts and Master of Liberal Studies in Organizational Leadership from Oregon State University. In 2019, he completed a PhD in higher education leadership.
Let's give him a round of applause. Hey, so how are we feeling today? Good. Oh, I need some more energy. How are we feeling today? That's the best that I've had all day long. That's awesome. Great job. Well, as mentioned, great introduction. My name is Mardell, and I'm excited to be here with you today. We're going to learn and talk about a lot of really exciting things. I have about 45 minutes with you today. That's it. 45 minutes. And I'm really excited. This 45 minutes will go pretty fast. In order to get the most out of this 45 minutes, there's a couple of things that we're really going to need to do. Am I on? There we go. You hear me better? No?
Okay, we're good.
I'm going to keep talking while they fix me. There we go. All right. In order to get the most out of these 45 minutes, there's a couple of things that we're going to need to do really well in these next 45 minutes. The first thing, my first rule together, is we've got to listen and we've got to participate. All right? That helps us make sure that these next 45 minutes are not as boring and that we're having a little bit of fun and we can learn a whole lot. All right, the second rule that I have to get the most out of these 45 minutes is that I need you to write everything down. And I'll tell you why. So every one of you should have a sheet of paper and you should also have a pencil. And on that sheet of paper and pencil, I'm going to ask you to write several things down as we go throughout this lesson. There is power in using words. And that's exactly what we're going to do here today. Now, I've been at 3 different universities. As the introduction mentioned, I started at Kansas State University in Manhattan. I spent time in Lincoln, Nebraska, University of Nebraska. And now, you see my logo here on my shirt. Now I'm all the way in Houston, Texas, where I work at the University of Houston. And I have had a chance to work with some very smart scientists. These are scientists that work on the brain. They study how our brains work. And what I've learned from these scientists is that the importance of words and how they wire our brain to think and to act a certain way. So for example, when we say and we hear positive things, it wires our brain to act in positive ways. When we hear and say negative things, it actually wires our brain to do negative things. It's power in words. So, the reason I want you to write everything down is today we're going to begin the process of wiring our brain in a way that successful people do. We're going to write everything down, we're going to listen, and we're going to participate. And if you can do those things for me over the course of this next 40 minutes, we are going to have a whole lot of success, and you're going to be on the fast track to doing some really exciting things, not only here in school, but in your entire life. Okay, so the first thing I want you to do, I want you to borrow your paper here. I want you to turn your paper over, and there's a section called Notes. There's a little space in it. And in the Notes section, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to write the names of 2 or 3 people that you admire. And when I say admire, this is someone that you respect. You think that there are qualities, there are characteristics, there are things that they do that you respect. You want to be like. All right, so 2 or 3 people that you admire, and I want you to write down why you admire them. Okay, so think and write. Think and write. Now I want you to do all of them. Write down all of them. We're going to rewire our brains this morning. I'll give you a few more moments to finish. Very good. You got a sheet? You got a piece of paper? Okay. Excellent. 2 or 3 people that you admire. That's a good one. I like that. Excellent. All right, I'm going to ask a few people to share. Okay? But before we do that, what I want you to do to get you warmed up, we're going to say powerful words because it starts to rewire our brain. Remember those really smart brain scientists that I told you about? I want you to turn to a neighbor and I want you to share with them at least one person on your list that you admire. Okay? Share it with them. Speak those words. Share it with them, okay? Talk to each other. Share at least one person on your list. Share with each other. Tell each other who you put on your list and why. Talk to each other. Tell each other. Who's the big guy on your list? Talk to each other. Talk to each other. Good. Talk to each other. Good. Good. My gentleman in the middle. Talk to each other. Share who's on your list. Talk to each other. Okay? Tell each other. Talk to each other. Good. Very good. Excellent. I'll give you 30 more seconds. Look, you can't use yourself. That's a rule for this exercise. You can't use yourself. I'll tell you why. You can love yourself. Nothing wrong with that. But for this exercise, for this activity, I want you to pick someone else. And I'll tell you why. You're doing good. All right, looks like you're done. All right, I'm going to call on a couple of people to share. Okay? Let me see your list. Excellent. All right, are you comfortable with sharing? No? That's okay. That's all right. I'll come back to you. You want to share? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If I call on you to stand and to share with your classmates, all right, great leadership, we got to practice good communication skills. So what's going to happen is, when you stand, you're going to stand tall, you're going to stand proud, okay? Because I don't know you, you're going to tell me who you are, and you have to speak clearly and loudly so everyone in the auditorium can hear. So when you stand up, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. Okay? Because part of great communication skills and great leadership is we got to stand tall. Hi, my name is Maxwell. I'm excited to be with you here today. And someone that I really admire is, you'll tell me who, okay? All right, can you do that for me? For my first example, tell us who you are.
My name is Kevin Lichigil.
Nice to meet you.
Someone that I really admire is Jade.
Is who?
Jade.
Jade? Jade?
Yeah, Jade.
Who's Jade? Your sister.
She's in the Marines.
Yeah, why do you admire her?
I admire her because she was really responsible whenever she was with us. And she's also in the Marines helping the evenings.
Yeah, so she's responsible. She helps protect us as a Marine in the Army, right? Let's give them a round of applause. Great job. Great job. Who's here? Who's there? Yeah, right here. Okay, same thing here. Stand proud. You want to make sure our friends over here can hear you, okay? Tell me who you are. Carter, nice to meet you. Who do you admire? Who? Karan? Who's Karan? A good friend of yours. And why do you admire Karan? Responsible. He teaches you, right? No, cool. I love that. That's excellent. Those are great qualities to admire. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, my guy. I got a chance to meet you yesterday. All right, stand up. Now you better be some good leadership qualities here because we got a chance to chat yesterday, right? All right, show them how it's done. Tell me who you are.
My name is Ron. The people I admire are teachers and
I admire that they help me at preschool and they make sure I know my school work with everything and I have to create.
You guys hear that? Okay. The people that you said you admire, stand up. Stand up. Right here. Yeah, good. Excellent. Excellent. Hey, listen. That's amazing. I'm going to tell you something about leadership. You guys sit. Let me tell you something about leadership. One of the first things I want to teach you this morning. There's more than 100 definitions of leadership. There are thousands of books that are written about leadership. Today, I'm going to explain to you what leadership is as simply as I possibly can. Leadership is influence. I want you to write that down. No one's grading your spelling today. Spell it the best that you can. Leadership is influence. Okay? Anywhere on your paper. Anywhere on your paper. Just find an open spot in your paper and I want you to write down, leadership is influence. Okay? TJ, Zavion, You know, a lot of these other folks that you, Karan, okay, that you mentioned, your friends, you guys who influence each other. My question today is, are you influencing your friends in a positive way or a negative way? And what really good leaders do is they have the ability to influence people in a positive way. And that's what you saw here in these examples. So I'm very, very proud of you. That was a great, great, great example. Let's get one more person to share. Anyone? I saw, man, you're fast. Go ahead and stand up for me. All right, we got 2 good examples here. Show me how it's done. Face your classmates. Tell me who you are.
My name is Marcus Barber, and the people that influence me is my mom and dad and my grandpa, because they taught me everything I know and helped me grow up in tough times.
Love it. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job. I love it. Who do you admire? One of the things we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the habits of successful people. What do people who do well in school, people who do well in sports, and choir, and theater, people who go on to achieve their goals and their dreams, what do those people do? And so one of the things I want you to do is when you think about who you wrote on your piece of paper, the people that you admire, is I want you to start working to do the qualities and characteristics that these people do. If you love that these people teach, okay, then it's important that you learn and teach others. If you love that these people, that they respect and they love and they care for you, then I need you to respect and love and care for other people. Okay? What do you got? Yeah, give him a round of applause. What successful people have is an open and active mind. I think that is great. We're going to talk about that today. I love it. Very good. Okay, I'll come back to you in a minute, okay? So, we wrote down the people that we really admire. So what do I do? Okay, my name's Mardell, and I'm so excited to be with you here today because this is home. I was born in Fort Riley. I was raised here in Junction City. I came to the middle school, I graduated from the high school, and I've lived in several different states and worked at really, really awesome colleges. I work at the University of Houston. Has anyone been to Texas before? Raise your hand. Oh, a number of you. Excellent. How many of you have been to Houston, Texas? Oh, a number of you. Very good. So I live in Houston, Texas, and in Houston, Texas is the 4th largest city in the United States. So you got New York and Los Angeles, really big cities. Chicago is the 3rd largest city in the United States. And then there's where my home, Houston, where I live, that's the 4th largest city. There's millions of people that live in the city of Houston. And I work at the University of Houston. You can see the logo on my shirt. I work at the University of Houston. Now, the University of Houston is a really big school. There's about 50,000 students that go to school there. That's a lot. 50,000. So you can kind of compare Kansas State University, where I got my first college degree. It's right up the road in Manhattan, Kansas. Kansas State University has about 23,000 students, a big school as well, right? And so the University of Houston is twice the size of Kansas State University, right? So if you've been on that campus, you've been up to Manhattan. The University of Houston is really, really big. And my job every single day, I'm really passionate about it. My job every single day is I help students go to college. I coach them on what it takes to go to college. And we talk about grades, we talk about leadership, we talk about activities, we talk about sports, and I help students go to college. So what I thought I would do today is I would do a little activity called True or False. I'm going to put up on the screen a few statements, some sentences. And I want you to tell me, true, you can put your thumb up, or false, you can put your thumb down. Did someone actually write this on a college application? Okay? I want you to tell me true or false. I haven't put anything up yet. How's your thumb up? I haven't put anything up yet, okay? When I put the sentence up, I want you to tell me true or false. Hold that thought, okay? First one, true or false. Did someone actually write this? I professionally watered 22,500 office plants. Did someone actually put this on a college application? Someone that wanted to go to the University of Houston? You tell me true or false. Oh, we got some trues. I got false in the back. Like, no way. Don't want to put that in. Well, false. Okay. All right. Good votes. I like it. Let's try this one. What do you think? I will need $30,000 to start, full medical benefits, and 3 weeks of vacation. True. False.
We got a lot of truths back here. Right, what do you think? False? No way someone put that, right? On their college admissions application? All right, I want you to think. If you were applying to college and you go, Mardell, I want to go to the University of Houston. I'm going to fill out this application. Is this something you would put? I have 8 arms and 8 legs with excellent interpersonal skills. Would you put that on your college application? That's so silly. It's almost like a spider, right? With a whole bunch of legs that's going to college. That'd be scary, right? Absolutely. Yeah. An extra set of legs, absolutely. How about this one? Being in trouble with the law, I moved quite frequently. What do you think? True? False? True? False? Oh, mixed bag. Well, we got a lot of false back here. From my guys back here. Very good. I got one more for you. What do you think about this one? Please do not regard my 14 jobs as job hopping. I never once quit a job. What do you think? Hey, so did you get this here? Like, if they had 14 jobs and they never quit, what happened? Ah, you get it. Absolutely, you get it. What do you think? True, false? Did someone put this on their application? Think so? All right, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, so here's the deal. I read thousands of college applications every single year. These are all true. These are all sentences I've taken from people's college applications, and I thought, man, let's have some fun. Let me take this to you and see if you think they're true or false. Everyone, right? So someone actually put, I have 8 arms and 8 legs with excellent interpersonal skills. Pretty silly, right? Pretty silly. Did they get it? Great question. No. All of these folks did not make it into the school that I was at, right? They did not take their application very seriously. Okay, so let's talk about the habits of highly effective people. Why am I here today? I'm here because I believe in you. I'm here today because I believe that you are right now doing some cool stuff and you have the opportunity to do some cool stuff later on down the road. But in order for you to be successful, you've got to build great habits. We're going to talk about the habits of successful people. And I want you to remember my rule today. Part of what's going to make our time work is that you have to write it down. So as we go through each of my 7 habits, all I have is 7 for you today. You will fill in the blank. Okay? You will fill in the blank on your sheet of paper. Got it? All right, let's do it. First one, the first habit of successful people. Be blank. You are responsible for your life. What do you think? Be responsible. Be responsible. Be kind. Good words. Be you. Good. What do you think? Yourself. What do you think? Be responsible. Okay, good. All great words. All the things I want you to be. Today, we're going to use the word proactive. Be proactive. Now, what does proactive mean? Proactive means I need you to work ahead. Proactive means we're going to stop procrastinating and doing things last minute. Okay? If you have a homework assignment that's due Monday morning, I don't want you to wait until Sunday night to start working on it. Okay? That's not what successful people do. Okay? To give you an example, I have studied some tremendous leaders. Everybody knows Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? One of the most incredible leaders in the world. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., if he had a meeting with the President of the United States, there was a time where he had to meet with many presidents. And if he had a meeting tomorrow with the President, he wouldn't wait until the night before to prepare for his meeting. Can you imagine if he waited the night before to meet with the President of the United States and he is going to advocate for equal rights and for all of us, no matter what we look like, to be able to go to school together? Can you imagine how awful that would be if he was not proactive? It would be terrible, right? Great leaders are proactive. You work ahead, okay? Now, I don't need you to raise your hand, but I know some of you here in the room, because I met you yesterday, I know some of you here in the room, you're missing assignments. 2, 3, 4, maybe you haven't turned in some homework. Okay, you don't have to raise your hand, you don't have to tell me. I already know. Some of you here in the room, you're missing assignments. I'm going to tell you right now, the goals that you have, whether it's to play sports, it's to make it to high school, it's to join the choir, whatever it is that you want to do, maybe later in life you want to be an engineer, you want to start a business, I'm going to tell you, successful students, they turn in their work. Successful students, they're proactive about their homework and their assignments. All right? So, successful habit number 1, work ahead. Be proactive. Did you write it down?
Yes? Good? Okay, we're looking good. Let's talk about number 2. Begin with the end in mind. Have a blank. What do you think? Have a goal. I love it. Good word. Have a mindset. I love it. Have a idea. All great words. The word I'm going to use today, I'm going to get you next time. The word I'm going to use today is plan. Tremendous, successful students. Successful habits of leaders, which all of you are. I need you to have a plan. Okay, so write in your blank the word plan, P-L-A-N, and then I want you to turn your paper over. On the notes section, remember I left you a little space where you can write notes. In the notes section on the back side, okay, I want you to write down, you do it quietly. I want you to think and write, what do you want to do when you grow up? Okay? Now I say grow up broadly, okay? It doesn't matter what age, but what's something that you really want to do? It could be for a career, it could be for a hobby or for fun, but what's something that you might be interested in or passionate about that you want to do? Okay, hold on. Think and write. Think and write. As you're thinking and writing, I'm going to tell you a story. I have a wonderful, beautiful family. My wife's name is Jessica. She's a teacher. Okay, many years when we lived in this area, my wife Jessica taught at Westwood Elementary. You want to go to Westwood? Oh, good, very good. My wife taught at Westwood Elementary. And we have 4 wonderful children. I have twin girls. My oldest kids are twin girls, and they're 8 years old. And my twin girls are gymnasts. And they do gymnastics. They're on a competitive team in Houston, Texas, and they love it. They love gymnastics. Does anyone know who Simone Biles is? Good, a lot of you. So if you don't know who Simone Biles is, Simone Biles is an Olympic she's one of the best gymnasts, not one of, she is the best gymnast in the world. She is the Michael Jordan of gymnastics. She has won more gold medals than any gymnast in the entire world. And my 8-year-old daughters, Malia and McKenna, they train at Simone Biles' gym every single day. So my girls, Malia and McKenna, they have a goal. One day, they want to go to the Olympics. Now, I have no idea whether they're going to make it or not, and it's really hard to go to the Olympics. But at 8 years old, this is their goal. And they work very hard at it. They train 4 hours a day for 5 days a week. That's 20 hours a week in gymnastics. That's a lot. And they train right alongside Simone Biles, the Michael Jordan of gymnastics. They are incredibly blessed. They're incredibly privileged to be able to do that. One of the things that Simone Biles taught my 8-year-old girls is that whatever they want to do, they got to have a plan. It's not good enough to wake up in the morning and to brush your teeth and to show up at practice and just do your thing. You've got to have a plan. So I want you to write on your sheet of paper, hopefully you've already written it, what do you want to do? If Malia and McKenna were here today, they would write on their paper, they want to go to the Olympics. My question is, what do you want to do with this one life that you want to live? Okay, let's share. Tell me. What do you want to do? Yes, stand up, tell me who you are, and be loud. Oh, Anaya wants to be a technologist. Very good. So Anaya, I'm going to be asking you, what's your plan? How are you going to get there? Okay? In the blue sweatshirt here, jacket, stand up for me. Be loud. Marshall wants to be an NFL player. Excellent, Marshall. My question for you is, what's your plan? What is it going to take for you to get there? You don't have to say it out loud for me, but I want you to think. What's your plan? How are you going to get there? What do you need to do right now in middle school to help prepare you to get there? Okay? Right back here. In the white shirt, can you stand for me? Be loud so in the corner they can hear you. Silas wants to be a professional soccer player. Silas, you need to be thinking about what you're playing. How are you going to get there? Okay, all the way in the back here. Yes, actually, right here. Ladies first. Yes, stand for me. Good. What's your name? A little bit louder so we can hear right here. Alana wants to be an artist. Fantastic. Okay, I'll give you more time to share. Okay, hands down. Alana wants to be an artist. Whatever you put on your paper, what successful people do, what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did, what the greatest Olympic athlete in the world, Simone Biles, has taught my 8-year-old daughters to do is you have to have a plan. Great, you want to be an artist. Great, you want to be a Major League Soccer player. Great, you want to go and play NFL football. Fantastic, you want to be an engineer. You want to be a technologist. Fantastic. My question for you is, what's your plan? What do you need to do to get there? I will tell you right now, if you come to school and you're not listening in the classroom, that's not a part of your plan. That can't be a part of your plan. I'll tell you right now, if you're sitting in this auditorium and you're missing assignments, that can't be a part of your plan. That's not going to help you get there. I'll tell you right now, if you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're not eating well, okay, that can't be a part of your plan if you want to be a professional soccer player. It can't work. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, what is your plan? Okay, you're doing great. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. Number 3, I only have 7 of them. All right, so you're doing great. Keep up the great work. Hold on. Put the first thing blank. Work first, then play. Okay, what do you think? Work first. That's a good one. Hand in the back. What do you think? Put the first thing first. Air 5. Absolutely. Up top. High 5. Very good. You were close. Put the first thing first. Fill it in on your sheet. Put the first thing first. Write it down. We're wiring the brain. My smart scientist said when you write things down, we're telling our brain how we need to learn and act. Okay? What do you got? Write it down. Write it down. Yeah, because they teach it, right? There's a whole bunch of teaching, whether it's the songs or your class. Put the first thing. What do we mean by put the first things first? What do we mean by that? Okay? What do we mean by that? Absolutely. So if you tell me that you want to be a technologist, which is a tremendous, tremendous goal to have, I'm going to tell you the first thing you do when you go home is turn on the video games. Nothing wrong with video games. I like video games. But if your goal is to be an engineer, to be a technologist, you want to be a professional soccer player, I will tell you, if you're going to put the first thing first, which successful people do, okay, you got to make sure that you take care of that work first. It's about having priorities. Okay? Very good. Let's do number 4. Think win-win. Blank can win. What do you think is my missing word? Yes? We. I'm going to stop right there. That's as close as I think we're going to get. Air 5. Think win-win. I need you guys to understand this concept today. I need you to understand this. Everyone can win. We all can win. What do I mean by that? I don't mean that everyone's going to get first place. I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't mean everybody's going to get a participation trophy. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I mean today. Okay? When we say think win-win, everyone can win, it means that we need to help each other be successful. Okay? It means we need to help each other to be successful. Have any of you heard of the term, the sentence, crabs in a barrel? Some of you know, some of you yes. Okay, I got a homework assignment for you. Very easy, okay? What I want you to do later, okay, in some free time you might have, is I want you to go online, you can Google or go to YouTube, and I want you to search crabs in a barrel. And what you're going to find is videos of crabs in a barrel. Pretty simple, right? Now, when you watch that video, you are going to see a whole bunch of crabs, let's say 100 crabs that are in a really big barrel, and they all are trying to get out. They're fighting and they're clawing, they want to be the first one to get out, and because all of them want to be the first one to get out of the barrel, guess what their other crab friends do? They pull them down. They say, no, you can't be the first one out. I'm pulling you down. And then when I start to come up, then my friends start yanking at my claws and my legs. That's what you're going to see when you see this video. It's called Crabs in a Barrel. This is what happens in life. What happens in life is we have this mindset that if you're successful, she can't be. That if you're successful, that means that she can't be. Everybody can win. You guys are a team. You are a community. You are a family of Wildcats. And as a family of Wildcats, it means that you can help each other win. If you notice that one of your friends is struggling with an assignment, it's okay to help them if you get it, if you understand it, right? If you notice that one of your friends is really good in their math,
Like, it's okay to say, hey friend, can you show me how to do this? Right? Everybody can win. You're a family. Help each other succeed. Do not be the crab in the barrel, pulling each other down. All right, you understand that? Okay, you wrote that down? Very good, great, I love it. All right, let's go to number 5. I only have 7 of them, we're almost there. Number 5, seek to understand, then to be understood, blank before you speak. I saw your hand, what do you got? Yeah, speak loud. Think, I love that word. Yes, absolutely. What we're going to use today is the word listen. I want you to think before you speak, yes, but I want you to listen. Okay, here's the cool part, gang. Here's the cool part. When you were born, I think this is probably true for all of you here in the room. Let's take a look. Yes, I think it's true for all of you here in the room. Everyone here in this room, when you were born, you were given 2 of these, okay, and you were given 1 of these. So that means you were designed, you were created to listen twice as much as you speak. That's what that means. Now here's the thing, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there's a name I want you to remember, Alice Paul. Who is Alice Paul? Alice Paul is a tremendous leader that fought for equal rights for women. So if you are a female here in the room, I want you to know that at some point early in history, through the 1800s and the early 1900s, you couldn't vote. Okay? When you became an adult, if you lived back then, you weren't allowed to vote. You weren't allowed to go out and work and make money in a lot of places. And Alice Paul, tremendous leader, she fought for the ability for women to do just what the men can do. Okay? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Alice Paul, tremendous leaders. And what they learned is that we always see them speak, but they always listen twice as much. They needed to understand what is important. They needed to listen and learn about how they can win and to achieve their goals. So, my advice to you today, my young leaders and my young scholars, is that if you're going to reach those goals that you wrote down on your paper, you've got to ask great questions. You've got to read. You've got to listen before you do so much of the speech. All right, we got it? You write it down? Excellent. You're rocking it. Very good. Number 6. I love this one. Together is better. Yes. Write it down. Rewire the brain. Make the words powerful for you. Together is better. All right, I'm going to be honest with you all today. Life is hard. School is challenging. You guys know this, right? I'm going to bet that for most of you in the room, if we gave a pop quiz today in math, most of you, if you did not study, you will not do well in the quiz. Okay? There might be some of you in the room where school just might come really easy to you. Okay, you've just been very gifted in school, and that's okay. I was not one of those people. I had to work really, really hard in school. Okay? I had to work very hard. School did not come easy for me. School is hard. Then you're going to go to high school, right? And you're going to find that high school is hard. And harder, yes. And then you're going to become an adult. And when you become an adult, you have bills, and you start building a family, and you're like, man, life is hard. So what I want you to learn this morning is that don't do life alone. I need all of your eyes up here. Don't do life alone. You need to be a part of a community. You need friends. You need family. You need your teacher. You need each other. Yes, that's it. You need each other. Listen, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did not stand in front of thousands, if not millions of people, and he said, I have a dream. And then he said, I'm going to do it all by myself. No, he didn't. Here's a fun fact, and we can teach you some history. The very famous I Have a Dream speech was actually a request for millions of people to help him in the civil rights movement. If you go and read that speech, part of the speech was him saying, listen, I can't fight for equal rights for black, brown, white, blue, whatever color you are, whether you're a man or a woman. He stood up in front of millions of people and said, I can't do this without your help. What Dr. Martin Luther King did is he says, together is better. So, as our young scholars and our young leaders, I need you to be a community, okay? Be a community. My last one, and without a doubt, the most important one that I'm going to tell you today is to sharpen the saw. What do successful people do? They sharpen the saw.
Have you ever tried to cut like a steak or something really hard, maybe a cardboard? Have you ever tried to do that with a dull plastic knife? Yes? What happened when you tried to do that? Didn't work? I mean, listen, if you tried to cut a cardboard box with a plastic knife, eventually you probably can do it. But it would be very, very hard compared to if you had a really sharp knife. Okay, so when we say sharpen the saw, what we mean is that what I need you to do every single day that you wake up and you come to school is that you're prepared to work hard and get better, to learn something new. If you play sports, I got my soccer player back here, and I got my future NFL player, right? If you love sports, part of sharpening your saw is every single day you go to practice, you're working on your game, you're working on your skills. You're trying to be better today than you were yesterday. That's what we call sharpening the saw. Guess what you're doing today? By paying attention and taking notes and asking questions, you are learning something new about what it takes to be a successful person in your life. So we call this sharpening the saw. All right? So, you got your 7 habits for successful people. What I want you to do on the back of your paper is I want you to write down one habit that you need to stop in order for you to be successful. What's something that you always do that isn't helping you sharpen your saw, that isn't helping you become a better person? Write down one habit that you need to stop. 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 All right, now, remember, one of my rules is to participate. I need you to turn to someone next to you, and I want you to share with them what's one habit that you need to stop. Okay, together is better. You're going to help each other out, okay? Together is better. Talk to each other. There's one habit that you need to stop. Good. Make sure you're talking to each other. Make sure you're talking to each other. Good. Very good. Ron, did you share? All right, good. Okay, who wants to share with me? What's a habit that you need to stop? I saw your fast. I saw your hand. Okay, stand up. You got to say your name. You got to be loud. They got to hear you all the way over there in the corner.
My name is Sean, and the habit that I need to stop is playing around and talking.
Playing around and talking in class. This guy in the class clown? Does he like to be a clown? Yeah.
Very loud.
Yeah, very loud. Here, stand up, stand up, stand up. I want to teach you guys something. Oh, put your hands down for a second. I'll come around to you. I want to teach you guys something. Hey, I know another class clown that is actually really, really successful, okay? Because there's nothing wrong with being funny. Do you guys know who Kevin Hart is? He's a famous comedian. Okay, Kevin Hart is a famous comedian. I watched a really cool documentary about him. Kevin Hart was a class clown. But I want to tell you something that Kevin Hart learned, that I want you to learn, especially if any one of you in the room are ones that like to talk and joke around and be a class clown, is Kevin Hart did not let, especially when he got to high school, Kevin Hart did not let being a class clown get in the way of him reaching his goals. So I want you to know, and I want you all to know, there's nothing wrong with being funny. There's nothing wrong with making people laugh. There's nothing wrong with getting people's attention. But when it's a distraction from reaching your goals, that's the habit you want to stop. Okay? So keep being funny. Keep being the guy that people laugh at. But don't let it get in the way of you turning in your work. Don't let it get in the way of other people learning in the classroom. You got it? Let's give him a round of applause. Good job. Good job. All right, I saw your hand back here. Tell me, what's a habit that you need to stop right now? Stand up, speak loud. All right, we got to listen. They got to hear you all the way up here. Huh? talking out loud, saying appropriate stuff. So same advice. I hope you heard me say it a little bit earlier. It's okay. It's okay to be the guy that likes to speak and let your voice be heard. But you got to learn when to do it and when not to do it. Okay? We're going to listen twice as much as we speak, and it's going to help you out tremendously. All right, we got a hand right here. Stand up. Tell me who you are. You got to speak loud. They got to hear you in the corners. Who likes to procrastinate and ignore homework in here? A lot of hands, right? We got to change that habit. Oh my gosh, put your hands down. Listen, these are my guys right here. Come front and center. Come front and center. I need you guys to listen to this. So I met these guys when they were right here in the middle school. Okay, I met them when they were right here. They're one of you in the middle school, and now they're at the high school and they're in the 9th grade. And when I met these guys, like they had so many tremendous things about them, but we had some class clowns up here, right? Okay? We had some guys that wouldn't turn in their homework assignments all the time, right? And so now these guys are in high school, and I asked them to come up front because some of you mentioned habits you need to stop. I want them to share what they have learned now that they are in high school. My question for you guys is, what do they need to start learning now? What habits do they need to build now so that when they get to high school, they can have some success? What are your thoughts? Make sure you speak loudly because I want them to hear all the way to the back.
If you don't mature now, you're going to carry the same traits that you have now all the way through high school when you're an adult.
Good thoughts?
I would say, do your homework when you get it, and not like fascinated about it like at the last minute, like you understand. Because when you get to higher grade, like in high school, and you procrastinate about your homework at the last minute, it's like you can't do it because it's so much homework. You get so much homework every other week. It's gonna be hard for you to just focus on one thing. You got more homework.
So how difficult? You get a little bit more homework in high school now when we're in 6th, 7th, 8th grade. So if you wait till the last minute, remember again, our first word was proactive. Okay. So if you guys wait till the last minute to do that homework, how hard is it for you to stay on track, make sure you turn things in on time?
So for me, I'm in a self-paced environment. So you have these things, you have like set time here. If you have this, you should have this much time.
A little bit louder.
Like you have like this much work, and you have like this much time to do, but you still have extra time to do the things. So if you're behind, you're going to be behind for a long time unless you like put in extra work to do all the time. Because I was behind in math for like a long time for football, and it took me like almost the whole semester to get covered. It's always like a week or something. So like teachers, those they see your trying to study, and like they help you like keep you like just like
So you play soccer, right? Or you play soccer, right? My guy back here plays soccer. All right. What happens as a student athlete playing soccer, football, baseball, basketball? What happens if you don't do the right things in the classroom? You don't play? Yeah. What happens?
You either get you have to run a lot, like you can run up for 2 hours of practice, and while your other teammates practice, or you just get picked off.
Yeah. So I think some of the things that you're hearing from these guys up here who are now in their first year of high school is what are the things that they should be doing right now to make sure that when they get in the 9th grade, they're ready to have some success.
Do your homework right away.
Do your homework.
It seems like, it probably seems like, oh, I can do this weekend, but if you get it done now, then you don't have to take out your own time to do it. In the class period or not. Yeah, I would just say stay on top of everything you got. So, know what you got, what you want to do.
So gentlemen, I have one more question for you. We got some class clowns in here, right? We got some funny guys. I see you laughing right here. We got some clown back there. We got some funny guys in here, right? Nothing wrong with that. So, tell me, how is high school different in terms of what it means to be cool? Because we got some folks in here, I can tell, really smart, you're really talented, but your idea of cool may not be what makes you successful. So tell me, now that you're in high school, what's different about what it means to be cool?
I mean, obviously, like, having your own style, because I know, like, not everybody, but I know some things, like, following, like, other people, what they're doing, how they, like, dress and stuff like that. In high school, it's like, well, even starting now, but, like, in high school, you just want to have your own style, you want to be your own person, you want to be yourself, and then once you're doing, like, all the right stuff, like, you know, right, following the rules and stuff like that, then other people are going to follow along with you. They just have to have their own style and doing things that you know is right.
Doing the things you know is right. Very good. Love it. What else?
Trying to stand out in front of everybody and be the loudest kid in here. The upperclassmen can tear you up right away for that. That's not cool. They don't find it funny that you are joking around or being loud. Standing out and being cool is if you take time out of your day to help somebody else be better.
I would say maybe you're not, you're not contributing to losing failure as long as yourself, you know, so, like, being cool is really like, being yourself, how you do stuff, like, basically, like, being your goal, really like, your thought process, and how to do it, it's cool, you know, it's okay to, like, oh, I like that shirt, I'm not even going to like the shoes, but, like, you gotta improvise your own creative mind, and just do your own things, do the right things, everything goes good.
Excellent, excellent advice. So what I'm going to tell you all, when you're talking about building these great habits, and what these guys have shared some tremendous advice about, is when you get in the 9th grade, when you get in high school, that's when everything counts with your academics and your grades. So for any of you in the room, if you want to go to college, specifically, I'm just going to talk about college for a second. For any of you in the room, and you want to go to college, which is going to be most of you here, you're going to have some sort of goal to go to college. You want to play sports in college, you want to do theater, show choir, you want to go and learn to be an engineer, go into technology. Going into college, what I'm going to be looking at is starting at your grades in the 9th grade. So what I told these guys yesterday is I said, listen fellas, I need you to work hard on your GPA. I need you to work hard to pay attention in class. I need you to work hard to turn in your assignments, because 3 years from now, when these guys want to go to college, I'm not going to ask about their senior grades. I'm going to ask about what they're doing in the 9th grade, in the 10th grade. That's the grades I'm going to be looking at. Okay? So the habits that you are building right now, your ability to be proactive, to help each other win, right? Together is better. If you build these habits now, you're going to be ready for success when you start at the high school. And then there's people like me that are going to be waiting to give you thousands and thousands of dollars to come to my school and to study engineering and education and technology and architecture and to play football and to come to be at the University of Houston. There are people that give you a full ride scholarship, $40,000 a year. It's a lot of money to come and play on our soccer team. But you can't get there if you're not listening in class. You can't get there, Karan, by not turning in your assignments. You can't get there by being the class clown and making it and disrupting the learning from every other person here. These guys, right, they take weightlifting, weight training at the high school, and these seniors, these juniors in the high school, when you get there, and if you're being the class clown, okay, when you get there in the weight room, Coach Zimmerman, he's going to say, listen, we don't have time for that. We're trying to win. These seniors are trying to get college scholarships. They're going to say, don't mess this up for me. Don't be a distraction for me. There are students that want to get full ride scholarships to be engineers. So when you sit in the science class and you're a distraction to their learning, they're going to be upset with you. They're not going to think it's funny. Because they're saying, you're messing up my ability to learn so I can get that full ride scholarship to Stanford and study engineering. So I need you to redefine. I need you to change what cool means. So that when you start impacting and leading your peers and you get to high school and you go on to college, you have the ability to be successful, to sharpen your saw, the habits that we talked about today. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Thanks for your advice. Thank you for your advice. Really, really appreciate it. All right, so we'll wrap it up. We're just about done. All right, we talked about the successful habits that we need. We talked about what you want to do when you get older. We talked about the habits that you need to stop doing. in order for you to be successful. Listen again, I came all the way from Houston, Texas to tell you that I'm proud of you. I came all the way from Houston, Texas to tell you that you can be special, that you are special. And with some work and with some habits, you have an opportunity right now, to do some tremendous things in this one life that you get to live. I'm proud of you. Keep up the hard work. My challenge for you, let me see your paper. My challenge for you, gang, do not leave this room and throw this away. All right? We're going to use the Kobe method. What Kobe Bryant did is he wrote on a sticky note his goals. He wants to be in the NBA. He wrote them down. He'd take them up to the mirror of his bathroom. Every morning he brushed his teeth. What did he do? He saw his goals. Now imagine if Kobe threw away that piece of paper. If he didn't have that reminder. He wouldn't be wiring his brain to accomplish the things that are most important to him. So if you're serious about being a technologist, if you're serious about having a shot at the NFL, if you're serious about being a professional soccer player, if you're serious about being an engineer, I'm going to tell you, hold on to this stuff. Remind yourself every single day why you get up out of bed, you come to school, and you work hard. Hold on to this, all right, and remind yourself every single day. Give yourselves a round of applause for being at work. Something gets solid. All right, before you leave, there's a couple of things I need you to do. Our helpers here, my leaders here, they're going to dismiss you by row. Okay, they're going to dismiss you by row. Oh, awesome. Okay, I'll be talking before we get there. All right, come back up. We got my man. We got to make sure we listen. Hold on. I need you to do this right. Come on, this right. Stand tall, stand proud. Tell me what you got.
Thanks for coming here, and let's ride our shoes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for having me, everyone. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate you very much. I will go back to Houston, Texas, and I will tell all my friends how awesome Team 2 is and how excited I am to see your college application in several years. All right? I'm very, very proud of you. Hey, listen to our leaders. They're going to make sure they dismiss you and get, if you borrow a pencil, they'll get your pencil back as well.
guess that's what you.
There's nothing I
Okay.
Hey, TJ. Thanks for your help.
This is the large conference.
Large conference.
Great.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy you every time.
Miss Lee, do you want to come look at the
Throw whatever you want.
He's kind of tall.
That's not for you guys. That's for the high schoolers. You guys need to go.
Hey, what did you just say?
I'm gonna wipe my hand off. Oh, trash can. Big Kobe. Alyssa.
Okay, so if it's all good, head off to class, check your attendance and Skyward. If there's any issue, let me know and I'll fix it.
Okay. Bye, Christina.
Bye. There's a sign.
Test. All right, right there? Okay.
I hear feedback wanting to go. Yes, please do.
Wait, no, don't leave.
Test.
Who got classes with me?
Are we good? Okay.
We're looking for it. I had 2 classes with you. Yeah, I got 2 classes with you too. Don't
Checking 1, 2, 3.
presentations.
Okay.
Have fun. Don't mess up the auditorium.
Christina? There's 2 more names, so hopefully they're in there.
That's the center. Entry for the entry zone. That's the side. This is the square. And I feel like people want to do the front. Oh, yeah. There. And what is this one? What is this one? You know the paper where I wrote the percentages on? Here. 0. I think you can get that for 35. Why do you ship us here? Oh. You can't do something not on the answer. Do you have a sugar or something? It's too light. I mean, too dark. I mean, too light. Yeah, the room is just one. Oh my gosh, now I'm even more hungry. You know? Mm-hmm. Luckily, you brought snacks and I didn't have to go down to my locker. Hello! We're live and we're live streaming. Here, I want to see you go on the stage. Open the stage curtains and yeah. Where? Right here. Oh, they're hidden on the back of the seats too. What note is this? F. F. Let's go this step.
on. First, hurry your butt up so we can eat. I'm hungry. Both just came in and we hid.
They're probably eating all the pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Look how long the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
What? Here. Do you need to be better? Here, this is for you. You know why? Why? Because then, what happens to the woman tries to nice or anything? Yeah, I know.
Where did they begin? They're both in here.
Who is it? Let's snoop.
Maybe you can.
Wait, let's check them out. Little high schoolers definitely. Pickup lines. He has a paper that has Shakespeare pickup lines. Oh. Who we can impress a lady. But high school girls can be so annoying. Let's just hope they realize nobody would do it. No. Whose backpack is this?
That's David.
There you go.
The one with the twist.
I'm gonna look in. Where's Neil's? Anthony. You think Anthony's that curly haircut?
No, that's something.
His mom, his
It
dad
probably
was
is the smallest black little black boy.
Eh?
Little black boy. Small.
Rashawn? But it had Shakespeare pickup lines and it had math.
Like the little black boy. He likes it.
Oh, TJ. TJ, Belle's brother. Oh, no, brother? They probably, who's the dude out of high school? They both have curly hair. But like, we're just like having about it. What?
Was that good or what?
Oh, yeah.
Was that amazing or what? I mean, it's just totally exciting, and I'm just over the moon. I feel like there's going to be a real shift, and Neil, TJ, those ninth graders are going to be the ones who are going to lead the way. So I can go ahead and get logged in for you. They're going to come like 11:28. Do you need water?
Oh, I got some back here.
Well, I got bottled water here. You want a bottle of water?
Oh, I grabbed one from there.
I bring it down there with you.
Yeah.
So the ninth graders will be here, then the eighth graders will be here.
So one of the things that we both kind of love is something that we do in high school is I ask them a question. Instead of asking a child what they want to be when they grow up, I ask them how to be able to make a change when they're older.
So do you want to give these? Do you want me to hand them? Neil's mom showed up and Zane's mom showed up. So do you want to give it to them, or as they come in and sit down, do you want to give it to them?
They're sitting right here, right?
Yes, the ninth graders are here, then the kids are here.
So I just like, if you're looking at this video, it should be more about Stella. I try to find out what she's doing. But I'm not sure. Well, we very quickly, we have to know what happened.
One of the things that I do, I mean, the interesting one, that's not the main things, but I do occupational outreach. I mean, the main things I do is occupational outreach, organizations,
I don't know if they know.
Can you go ahead and prop that outer door open? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get them. Are they coming?
I just know I have my thing for help.
This is out there. Oh, that hurt. My temples.
Test.
Okay, so Avid students, you're gonna come. Jacob from David. Avid students, you come in all the way down here, separate.
Where's the other lock? The lock one.
Test.
Is it
Dr. Maxwell is coming, so he'll make that one back. No, I think this is the paper, he's gonna make that pencil. situations and things in ninth grade that they need to prepare for college. All right, so my hope is they're doing a lot to help us here at Junction City Middle School. So when they're seniors and they want to go to the Dukes or the University of Houston, that they have what they need and they will have done what they need to have done in order to be admitted. Okay? So the misconception is you can do, kind of do whatever and then you're going to be admitted. You're not. All right? You have to meet requirements. And so my commitment to these ninth graders to make sure that they have the information they need to be admitted into the college of their choice. Okay, so my goal is for wherever you guys want to go to college, you can be admitted, but you just can't just take classes randomly. You have to apply. So this is Miss Lee. She is our intern person, so she's kind of our Junction City rep, so she's going to kind of help you about the portfolio. And then Dr. Maxwell, who is Executive Director for the University of Houston. I'm not going to spend much time, but he's amazing. He's going to give us the understanding of what we need to do, what you guys need to do to make sure you're going to be admitted into the college of your choice. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you guys.
Hi, I see a lot of familiar faces here today. So I'm going to be talking to you about portfolios. Like Ms. Upland said, I'm the gifted facilitator for this middle school, but in past years I've had the unique opportunity to be the gifted teacher for ninth grade students as well. So I've had this unique perspective where I've gotten to see 8th grade students transition into ninth grade, and I've been able to help them with that, especially on the ninth grade end, with starting to build a portfolio and starting to collect the things that they would need for that. Okay? So first I want to talk about what is a portfolio and why you should keep one. Okay? Raise your hand, especially my ninth graders, if you already have started a portfolio. My avid students, well not my avid students, but avid students, raise your hand if you guys have started a portfolio of any type. Good job. Yeah. So you guys in Abbott, you already know that a portfolio is a compilation of academic work. It includes things like volunteer work or other achievements in there. And this is what you can utilize to apply for college, to apply for jobs, or even different programs that you're entering in high school, like National Honor Society or any clubs or things like that. It can be used for different programs like NHS, I mentioned that. Can be useful when applying for scholarships for college. I remember when I was in high school and I began my junior year to start to apply for scholarships, I remember I got super overwhelmed by all of the applications that I had to fill out. And I got super overwhelmed because there was a lot that I was involved in and I had not done a very good job of keeping track of it at all. So then I had to find documents, find records of all of these different volunteer opportunities that I had done, and I had to figure out which ones were relevant to the scholarships that I was applying for and different things like that. Had I had a portfolio at the time, I would have had all of that information in one singular location, and it would have made my life so much easier. Okay? So it is useful for keeping all those documents in one place. And it can be presented to admissions deans like Dr. Maxwell in order for them to help get to know you better as a student. And then when to start one. Okay? So right now we have 8th graders in the room and 9th graders in the room. Ideally, you should start one your 9th grade year. So that means in May, after you graduate in from our middle school, that summer would be a good time to start one. And you can start, a lot of students over the summer, they go ahead and start doing volunteer work over the summer so they can start collecting hours. Those are things that you could start adding to your portfolio. The 9th graders, if you don't already have one, this is a good opportunity for you to start one and start collecting those things. That way you have it, especially as you're getting more involved in activities, thinking about classes as you go. Okay. There are a ton of different things that you can keep in a portfolio. I'm going to highlight some of the key ones, and I'm also going to show you some examples too of what those look like. So the first one on there is called a running resume. This is something that I used to have my 9th grade students keep. I'm going to pass down an example. This can look like a couple different ways. The one that I'm presenting to you today is very simple and straightforward, and it's a way to jot things down. So what I used to recommend to my students when I taught 9th grade is that they take this sheet and hit it in a location where they can see it. That way, if there is a volunteer opportunity that popped up that weekend when they got home, if it's on their fridge and they're going in the fridge to get a snack, they'll be more likely to see this and think, oh, I need to write this down. So this is the running resume that I used to give to my students. I'm going to pull up a digital copy so you can see this as well. So this is a running resume that I used to give to my students. And again, I used to recommend that they kept their running resume on like a fridge, or if you have a desk area in your room, keep it posted on the wall where you can see it. And this way, you can keep a list of everything that you've done, okay? So at the top, you'll see that it has a chart that has a place for what grade you're in, your GPA, and your rank. That one you would fill out at the end of every year, right? And raise your hand, who knows what a rank is in high school? Yeah, so there are some scholarships out there that will ask you what your rank is. For me, when I was applying to for scholarships, I noticed that came up a lot when I was a senior. Like, they were just asking for my rank my senior year, but it wouldn't hurt to keep your rank for the other years as well. And then at the bottom, this is your resume in progress. So this is a good place to jot down any honors or awards that you've received, any school activities, community activities that you've done. Some of you, your junior year, might be looking into getting a job, or maybe you babysit, maybe you have like a little lawn company, mowing company that you do during the summer. This is a good place to just jot down those activities and dates so you don't forget them, especially dates, because my senior year I was like, wait, did I do that my sophomore year? Did I do that my freshman year? So this is a good place to keep it. And then this will help you build your actual resume that you can use to apply for different programs and colleges and scholarships as well. I think maybe at the end, I might give you a few seconds to fill out that running resume so that you have some of those down. So the running resume, that is something when I had my 9th graders build a portfolio, I gave them 2 copies, one to keep on their fridge, and then I checked in with them every 9 weeks to see if they've updated it, and that I kept a copy in their actual portfolio as well. Okay, so it's good to keep it in 2 places. I also, if you are more of a digital person, I do have the digital copy for you as well. The next thing that you should keep in your portfolio, whether it's a digital one or a hard copy one, is a copy of your 4-year plan. And this is something that you should update every year, because I know when I was in high school, especially college, my 4-year plan was constantly changing. Okay? So keep a copy of your 4-year plan in your binder. Our district is very lucky. We use programs like Zello to help you keep track of your 4-year plan. But let's say you move away and you forget your password, or you don't have access to Zello because you moved away, or something else happens. If you have a printed copy or something like that for your 4-year plan, you always have that with you. So always keep a copy of your 4-year plan, update it every year so that you have it. Transcripts. That's something that else I need. I remember in high school, transcripts, I didn't only need for scholarships, but I needed those to get into certain programs in high school as well. So you'll need those for different honor societies, I needed it actually when I was in honors band. I remember having to go grab a copy of my transcript as well. But it would have been easier if I could have gone, hey, this is my transcript, it is updated, right? So keep an updated copy of your transcript as well, especially your senior year as you're looking for that. I'm going to come back to personal statement in a little bit, so we're going to skip that one. When you get to your junior and senior year, a lot of you will be looking at internships. Because our schools, we're really lucky that we get to participate in those and do internships. You'll want to keep track of that in any projects that you do when you're doing an internship. You'll want to keep track of the dates that you did the internship. You'll want to keep contact information for internships. I had a student, while I was student teaching, and I got to talk to her years down the line. She actually had an internship at a veterinarian clinic, like 8 years ago. And because of that internship, she kept that information for the person that she worked with. And after vet school, she was able to contact them again, and because they remembered her, because she kept their contact information, she actually now works with them. So keep track of your internship information, the dates, where it was, address, who was your boss while you were there, any work or projects that you did while you were there. And then raise your hand if you want to go into a field that involves like art, like graphic design, anything like that. So something you might want to keep track of is any significant artwork that shows your abilities, right? So if you've ever won any art awards or things like that, those are things that you should keep in your portfolio. Anyone in here want to be any type of coder or program developer? Awesome. So if you were to keep something, especially like a digital portfolio, your work you would want to keep track of as well. So you can show them, hey, I know how to use JavaScript, look at this project that I did. So any type of projects that especially demonstrate what you can do and is relevant to the college you might want to be accepted in. Different awards. So I know you guys are going to be super involved with all the programs that we have in high school. I was super involved in band when I was in high school. Any band people in here? Any flute players in here? So I actually competed a lot while I was in high school. And I kept track of those awards that I won while I was competing in music competitions, and I was able to get a couple music scholarships that way too. So keep track of the different awards that you are getting as well. Something else that I was surprised, no one told me that I needed this in high school, and then my senior year I was scrambling to get this. I needed teacher recommendation letters. Does your college require that? Yeah, I didn't know that in high school, that we did have to apply this for different colleges and for different scholarships. So it's senior year, and I'm trying to get things in place because I'm a procrastinator and probably should have done this at the end of my junior year. But all of a sudden, I'm like, I need teacher recommendation letters, and so I had to figure out like which teacher would be best for that. But if I had that in my portfolio, that would have been more useful for me, and I wouldn't have been scrambling at the end to try to get those things in place. So it sounds weird, and it sounds, it wasn't something I thought of, but that's something you want to keep in your portfolio too. Especially one teacher I remember that I really wanted a recommendation from, she had actually moved away and I lost her contact information. So if there's a teacher that you work closely with, and you think that they might be able to write you a recommendation letter for the future, it would be beneficial for you to go ahead and get that as soon as you can, right? That way, in case they do move away and you lose the contact information, now I guess it's easier with email and Facebook, but keep that so that you can have that in your portfolio for scholarships and things. TJ? Counselors, coaches, anyone like that. So it does say teacher recommendations, but anyone, counselors, I'm sure Ms. Buckland would be one of those key people for you since you are doing this leadership opportunity. Oh, next one. leadership or character building opportunities, such as this one. So colleges, I'm pretty sure, are looking for people who can demonstrate leadership skills. By you participating in programs like this, you're developing your leadership skills, you're developing different character skills like communication, listening, problem solving, different things like that. Keep track of this event. This is something that you can mention that you've done, or this is something that you can draw on for maybe a recommendation into a future leadership program, right? In high school, there will probably be plenty of opportunities. So keep track of events that you have done like this. This is something that you put in your portfolio. You could also, there isn't really a great place for it on the running resume, but it's something that you can jot down on your running resume that you can keep track of so you don't forget. While we're talking about resumes, I'm going to show you, because I keep mentioning it, I know that if you continue Avid in high school, you guys will build your own resumes, but if you're not in Avid in high school, then you might have to reach out to your counselors, your parents, or other resources to help you build that resume. Ms. Corey? They do it now in advisory? Oh, that's amazing. I don't think my ninth graders did that. Okay, perfect. I wonder if they scaffolded it. I got to work with the ninth graders, so we just did like election. Awesome. So if you have this writing resume, and then in advisory, when you start building this, you'll have this this kind of writing resume that you've kept with a lot of information that you can use. That way, when you go to build a resume, you'll have the information right there. So I'm going to show you just like a rough draft, or not. There we go. This is a rough draft, a sample that I found online for a high school resume, and it has a lot of those things on there that you would be keeping on your writing resume. So it has like your education, your GPA. I'm assuming for this student, their GPA is probably their senior year, which is what most colleges and scholarships are going to be looking at, right? So it keeps track of their education. It keeps track of major achievements, like this person in this example, they were part of yearbook club and they were a lead. If you are part of marching band, if you're a section leader, that might be something you put down here. It keeps track of additional skills, so developing leadership opportunity or leadership skills, that would be a good place to put that. Or they have things like great photographer, you could say great communicator, based off of like leadership things that you've done. Awards, honors, and honorary mentions. So anything, if you are an art student and you've won an award for an art piece that you've done, then there's a place for that. So notice how like on that running resume that I passed out to you guys, a lot of that stuff that you're keeping track of through your 4 years can be used on your actual resume when you build it. Question for you. Everything that you're keeping track of on your running resume, do you think that it has to go on your high school resume? Some people say no, some people say yes. If you say no, why did you say no? Yeah, what if my freshman year I was super interested in becoming a doctor, and so I have all of these things on my writing resume about these opportunities that were like biology classes, AP, and biology classes, and that's the track I was going on, right? I wanted to be a doctor. But then my junior year, all of a sudden I discovered, I want to be an artist. So my interests have changed, and if I'm applying to like an art school, it would be more beneficial for me to list those things that are relevant to art, right? So 3 or 4 years, you are going to collect a lot of different things on your writing resume, and that you can use on your resume, but you're not going to have to use everything on there. And once you get into, you said junior year they built a resume? Mrs. Corey, was it junior year that they built the resume? Junior year they built the resume, or senior year? Junior year?
Yeah, I think junior. And then they keep adding things with it.
Yeah. Good. So if you have that writing resume, and they help you build your actual resume. You'll have the information that you need, but you won't have to use everything. And they'll help you in junior year with that. Yeah, no. Like the really, especially if it's related to what you want to go in. Like if I volunteered at the pool one summer, but I spent most of my time at like volunteering at the animal shelter because I want to be a vet, that might be something that I want to put instead. Could do different things. But not things that you just did like one time for one day of the year. And then I wanted to talk to you also about how to keep a binder or how to keep a portfolio. So there are lots of different ways to keep a portfolio. So I'm kind of old school. I like to keep a physical portfolio. So for the ninth graders today, we do have these binders for you so you can start your portfolio. But there are digital options as well out there for you to utilize as well in case you wanted to go that route. I know our school district uses Zello as one of those resources, and it's a great resource. But there are other resources as well. Like I've seen people use Google Drive to build their portfolio. People have used OneNote to build portfolios, and there are other websites out there as well. I have kind of this bookmark for you guys, and it's kind of like a cheat sheet that tells you, it's a reminder of what you need to put in your portfolio, and then also digital resources on the back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would also make sure that you always, I know some kiddos, they do a volunteer activity, but they don't get it signed immediately. Always keep a volunteer hour worksheet on you so that you have it there. Because that was another issue that a couple of my students had, was they were doing things over their 8th grade summer, but by the time they got the form, they got it signed, they couldn't remember like the dates or what they did or anything. So make sure that you are getting those done immediately. Don't put it off, don't procrastinate. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. TJ? So I'll give you my email. So these resources as well, like the bookmark, the writing resume, an example of the resume, I made a Schoology group for you guys so that you have that. So the group access code is on the back, so you can join it. So if you have a question or need help putting your portfolio together, I love organizing that stuff, so I'm happy to help you with it. Any other questions? I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Maxwell so he can tell you how portfolios can be useful when you're applying to college and getting into college.
Thank you. I'm going to put my clock up so I keep us on time here. So let's see what. I get excited and then I can talk to you all day long. So I'm going to put my clock here. Great information. Thank you for sharing it. It's absolutely spot on. And so for those of you that I haven't had a chance to meet yet, my name is Maxwell. I'm from here. This is home. I went to Junction City Middle School. I graduated from the high school here, and now I work in Houston, Texas, at the University of Houston, and I lead all admissions at the university here. A little bit, have any of you been to Houston, Texas before? Maybe? Oh, many of you. Very good. So a little bit about Houston, Texas. It's the 4th largest city in the United States. The University of Houston is a pretty large school. We have about 50,000 students that go to the University of Houston. That's a lot, right? So to give you something to compare, the closest university to you right now is Kansas State University. I went to school there. Okay, I got my business degree there. Kansas State University has about 23,000 students there. Right, so the University of Houston is like twice as big as Kansas State University. Really, really big school. And so the question, especially if we talk about this great information about preparing your portfolio, is what is on the mind of college admission needs? What are they looking for? There are two things that almost every single college in America is looking for. Now, there's some caveats to this, right? There may be some schools, MIT, Yale, or there may be a few other things that they're looking for, but 99% of colleges in America, they're looking at two things. They're trying to ask one question, and that is, do you have the academic ability to be successful on that campus? So if you tell me that your dream is to go to Duke, I know the admissions dean there very well. That dean is going to ask, he's going to be looking at your portfolio, at your resume, at your transcript, and he's going to be looking for, do you have the academic ability to do well at Duke? Okay? You want to go to Stanford, you want to go to Kansas State University, you want to go to the University of Houston. All of us admission directors or deans, what we're looking for is, do you have the ability to do academically well? So, right now, if you want to go to an Ivy League school, we should give a couple examples. If you want to go to an Ivy League school, you want to go to Stanford, to Yale, you want to go to Harvard, right? We should do some really, really big examples. I'm going to challenge you to be thinking about some sort of advanced level classes you can be taking in high school. Okay? There's AP, Advanced Placement, okay, as an example. There may be opportunities for dual credit, which sometimes they're challenging and sometimes they're not as challenging. But the question is, how can you add some academic rigor? Because when you go to Stanford, there's lots of rigor at Stanford, right? Kansas State University, my alma mater, is a tremendous school. But there's a difference in when I say rigor, I'm saying how challenging are the classes. There's a different level of challenge in many of the classes between Stanford University and Kansas State University. That's not to say Kansas State is not a great school. It is. It's a tremendous school. Land-grant universities do tremendous work. But it's not the same experience as going to Stanford or as to going to Yale. So if you have aspirations of going to a top 50 public or private university in America, then you want to make sure that you are academically prepared. You have the rigor. You challenge yourself academically while you're in high school. For many students today, what that looks like is some sort of advanced placement, AP work. So that's number one. We're trying to figure out, are you academically prepared? Can you handle the rigor, the challenge of being in the classroom at a top-tier university? The second thing that we're trying to figure out is, by coming to our campus, are you going to positively lead, or are you going to positively influence and impact our campus? So what we're interested in, and why this advice about the portfolio is so valuable, is we're interested in what are you doing in middle school, what are you doing in high school that is building those leadership skills and your ability to influence positive change. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say today that I don't, okay, just for an example, but just an example, let's say today that I have a $10,000 scholarship, and I'm going to give out today for one of you to go to college. But in order for you to be considered for this scholarship, you are going to have to submit to me an application, and I want to see your portfolio, which is going to include a resume. I only have one scholarship. There's probably 30 people in this room, okay? But I only have one. The question is, what is going to separate you from you? What's going to be the difference between you and you? If all of you in this front row in your portfolio, if all of you tell me that you're in student council, but in your portfolio you tell me I'm in student council and I helped organize more than 50 hours of a community service project, right? And I was able to get 100 of my classmates to participate. Now, all of you put in your resume that you participated in student council. But based on that description, who do you think is more likely to get the $10,000 scholarship? Yes, why? Because of the details. Now here's the thing. You probably did the same exact thing she did. You probably participated in student council, you helped coordinate the community service project, and you also helped organize 100 of your friends to participate. But the difference in your portfolio is in the details. I love that you said it. It's in the details. The way you wrote your portfolio, the way you illustrated yourself to me as the scholarship, as the scholarship decider, is much different. So my advice to you as you're building this portfolio is to think about the details. One of the things that drives me nuts as a college admissions director is there is this overwhelming thing that you have to go out and participate in 100 activities. And in your resume, you're going to list all 100, and that's going to make you look really, really good. Okay? That drives me nuts. It's one of my pet peeves. I would rather you tell me about 2 or 3 activities instead of 100. I'd rather you tell me 2 or 3 activities and give me a whole bunch of detail about those 2 or 3 activities. Give me some understanding in depth to what you did as a part of student council. Okay? Now, many of you, you're in the 9th grade, get into high school, and you're starting to participate in activities. As you go throughout the next several years, the question is, how do you go from being a participant to actually going into holding a position or having some sort of leadership influence in that position? I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, at Junction City High School, I was a participant of the marching band. I was a saxophone player, started in my 9th grade, really loved music. And then when I made it to my senior year, I was fortunate to become a drum major. So what I did in my college applications is I talked about everything that I had an opportunity to do as a drum major. What I didn't do in my portfolio was just list, I'm a drum major. But I'm a drum major, and I got to coordinate practices, and I got to work on, next to the band director on the routines, and I got a chance to lead 60 other members of my peers in the marching band, going to the marching band festival. I got to describe to an admissions dean that has no idea who I am what it means to be a drum major at Junction City High School. Okay? So one of the biggest pieces of advice that I can give to you as an admissions director and knows many other admission deans all across the country is how can you craft your story through your portfolio? So great, you play baseball. Fantastic. By the time you get to your senior year, how can you make that a whole lot more attractive than just telling me you played baseball? What sort of leadership did you get an opportunity to influence in your life, right? How did you get a chance to get the rest of your teammates to build in their motivation, right? It's an opportunity for you to build those leadership skills. That's what I want to know. For some of you today, I asked you a question, what problems do you want to solve? I can tell you right now, if you apply to Duke University, that's a question that they're going to ask you. They're going to ask you, what problem do you want to solve? They're not going to ask you, what do you want to do when you grow up? They're not going to ask you too much about what you want to study, what you want to major in. And in fact, as we know, 3 out of 4 students in America will change what they study at least once in college before they graduate. Okay? So what they're focused on, Harvard, Yale, Duke, Stanford, what all of those admission needs are going to ask you is, what kind of problems do you want to solve in the world? Okay? So I want you to start thinking about that. Give you an example. In Houston, we got a really, really major issue with homelessness. There are a lot of people living without a home, living on the streets, and they're very, very hungry. Right? So as someone who is passionate about people, if I was applying to a medical school or to an academic program, I would talk about my passion for those that are living without food and living without home, and what I am currently doing in my volunteer efforts to help people who are homeless. These are things you have to wait until you're in your 30s to think about, right? And what you're thinking about them right now. What kind of problems are you passionate about and you want to solve? I will tell you right now, the head of admissions at Harvard University, he's interested in that. He's interested. Okay? Just as interested in the dean of admissions at the University of Kansas, not an Ivy League school, great university. The dean at the University of Kansas of admissions is wondering the same thing. Okay? So it doesn't matter to me whether you're looking at Kansas University or you're looking at Harvard University. We're all asking the same questions. My question for you is, what can you be doing right now, and how can you prepare and build that into a portfolio? Are you academically prepared to be successful on my campus? And do you have a vision and a plan for your life? What kind of problems do you want to solve? So 2 things that nearly every college in America is asking. Does that make sense? Okay, let me pause for a second. We're giving lots of great information. What questions do you have? What can I help clarify? Anything? Yes? Yeah, so the question over here is like for college, how do you pick your major? So let me do terminology real quick. I don't want to assume that we all know what that means. I was a first generation college student. My mom now has a college degree, and I was the first to really dive in and jump into that process in my family. And I'll tell you, when I was even a 12th grader, I didn't quite understand what a major, when people said major, what does that mean? So I'll give you an example. At the University of Houston, we have 150 different majors. What that means is we have 150 different academic programs for you to choose from, you can study. And you will spend the next 4, maybe 5 years studying that academic program. You can study architecture, graphic design, engineering, teaching. You can go into hotel and hospitality management. If you want to become a chef, there's so many different things that you can study on 150 different programs at the University of Houston. So when we say, what do you want to major in, what we're asking you is what do you want to study when you go to college? Okay? So when you apply for colleges, they're going to ask you on the admissions application to list what you want to study. Okay? So it'll all be a part of an admissions application you apply. The biggest task that you have is to really start thinking about what are you passionate about, what kind of problems do you want to solve, and then what kind of things do you want to study when you go to college. Now again, as I mentioned, what the national data says is 3 out of 4 students will change their major, they'll change their mind about what they want to study at least once before they graduate from college. So, if you think you might want to be an architect today, and you change your mind a few years from now, it's not the end of the world. There are a lot of people that can help you through that process. But the cool part is you've built a portfolio that captures all the things that you're interested in. Okay, so that'll help you in that process. Excellent question. I have a question for you. When should you start taking the ACT or the SAT? Okay. If you have the earliest you have an opportunity to start taking either a practice exam or a pre-college entrance exam, I'm going to encourage you to take it. Okay. This is what I know. I had an opportunity to sit down. I'm actually on the advisory board. I'm someone who helps advises folks at College Board. College Board is the organization that administers the SAT. The SAT is one of the most popular college entrance exams. Now here in the Midwest, in Kansas, most of you will likely take the ACT. Okay? But in Texas, we take the SAT lot. And you can choose either one. Again, most of you here in Kansas will likely take the ACT. When I work with the SAT people, this is what I've learned. People who do significantly better, they have high scores on the SAT, it's not necessarily because they're the smartest person in the room. Now don't get me wrong, they worked hard in school, they really built some strong intellect, but it's really interesting, there is a 20-point difference in the SAT score between people who take it once and people who take it 3 times. So what that means in that statistic is the more times you take the test, the better you get at taking the test. So if you start taking the ACT or the pre-ACT in your sophomore year when you're in the 10th grade, and you keep taking it, right, it increases your likelihood of getting the best score you can possibly get. Now, at the University of Houston, if you get on the ACT, if you get at least a 29 on your ACT, okay, the highest score you can get is a 36. If you get at least a 29 on the ACT at the University of Houston, you will get a full ride scholarship. Right? Think about that. So the work you're doing right now, and for you all, my goal for you is figure out a way to take at least like a pre-ACT test by next year, okay, by your 10th grade, okay? You are already on top of it. Okay, think about the statistic. You've already taken one. By the time you get to your senior years, what the data says, if you've taken an ACT at least 3 times, you're going to increase your score dramatically. Now, again, I'm just giving you University of Houston because I know our scholarship money really, really well. The University of Houston, if you get at least a 29 on the ACT and you apply to the University of Houston, we give you a full ride scholarship. Okay? Now, at Harvard, right, maybe a little bit different. Maybe you have to have a higher score for Harvard. At Kansas State University, right down the road, maybe you need a different school. But the point is, every school, they're looking at these college entrance exams, and they have lots of money to give to help you pay for college. But they're going to be looking at your test scores, and they're going to be looking at your portfolio. Okay. Does that make sense? So it's not only about getting into college, but it's the difference between do you have to pay to go there, or is somebody paying for you? Is someone giving you money to go to college? That's the difference. My goal for you is don't just go to college, right? We want schools to give you money to be there. And it's not just money to pay for classes, but when I say full ride scholarship at the University of Houston, we're not only paying your tuition, how much it costs for you to be there, we'll pay for your housing, we'll give you a stipend for living costs as well, and we'll give you $5,000 to go study abroad at any point before you graduate college. So if you want to go to Paris and you want to study for a semester, we'll give you a stipend to do that, right? And I'm going to oversimplify it. All you have to do is start preparing. Start taking an ACT, right? All you have to do is start building that portfolio, and you're well ahead of so many other students in America that have the same goals as you. Okay? Really good. I saw your hand. Do you have a question?
I was aware that if, like, I were to take the ACT exam, that's going to be able to go to up to the SA.
Good question. Yeah, good question. So almost all schools will take either ACT or the SAT. You can choose which one that you want to take. Okay? Almost all schools will take both. So, like for me, I don't care which one you take. Just take one, study for it, practice for it, and take it often throughout your high school career. Okay? And most schools work that way. Now, I want you to also think about your career plan. So you told me, okay, my friend up here told me that she wants to be a nurse. So not only is she going to think about possibly maybe 2 years in school, but she also is probably going to be thinking about nursing school. Right? Or some of you here in the room, you might want to go to optometry school, be an eye doctor. Maybe you want to be a medical doctor. Right? And so not only are you thinking about 4 years of your undergraduate or bachelor's degree, but then you're also thinking about preparing for additional school, like in medical school, right, or nursing school. So the really valuable part is that you can get someone to pay for your bachelor's degree, right? We're going to pay for everything. That means you don't have to take out any loans, right? Those are things you don't have to worry about for medical school or nursing school or to get your undergraduate. Okay, so it's going to make this a whole lot easier for you later on down the road. What else do you want? What other questions do you have about college or what college deans are looking for? Yes. Difference between a major and a minor. So listen, I'm going to give you an example. When I was in high school, I was interested in a lot of different things. I had a really hard time thinking about what I wanted to study. Not because I didn't know what I liked, but I liked so many things, narrowing it down to 1 or 2 things was really hard for me. And so many college students will do what we call a double major, which means you can work on getting a bachelor's degree in 2 different areas. Not easy to do, but some students do. Or you can do what's called a minor. So I got a business degree. So my degree, that's my diploma that hangs up on my wall, I have a bachelor's degree in business administration, but I have a minor in leadership studies. So what that means is that I took 5 college classes, let me take that back. I took 6 college classes in leadership, and I was able to add a minor. That was tremendous for my portfolio. So when I was applying for jobs, they not only saw that I had an education in business administration, but they also saw that I had an education in leadership. So you can minor in so many different things. You can decide that you want to be an accounting major and you want to minor in psychology. That's possible on many college campuses. That's a way for you to study more than one thing, but then also build a well-rounded resume and skill set. Okay, so that's something that you can try. Yes, question.
When you say study abroad,
Great, very good. Study abroad, great question. When I say study abroad, it means that you can take a year or a semester, and you can choose to go to a different school outside of the United States, and you can learn. So I've studied business, and so for me, I didn't study abroad, but if I were to go and study abroad, I could go to Australia for 1 semester and study at a university in Australia and keep learning business. So why do we want to study abroad? Because many employers want to see, many people who hire you, jobs, career opportunities, they want to see that you have seen the world. That you've seen more than Junction City, right? That you've seen more than your college campus. You can go out and see the world. It's a lot of fun.
Also, a lot of schools will do stuff over Christmas break.
Yes.
Spring break will have professors to be able to do stuff as well.
Yes.
Or even just over the summer, if you want to do something, especially if you specialize in language, you want to improve on a second language like Spanish, French, French. So a lot of that summer is majority of the summer is Europe. So there's a lot of schools have lots of opportunities to choose stuff. Whether you go on your own to a separate school or and a lot of professors will sponsor these trips and go with you and do the tour and whatever. Even if you're an architect major or whatever.
So it's a great way for you to really see and experience something other than what you're familiar with. Great question. Yes?
Do you have any sort of interview process or students that come in and interview with you? If so, what do you look for?
Great question. So at the University of Houston, we do not do interviews. Question was, do you have to interview as part of the college process? We do not do interviews for admission to the University of Houston, but we do interviews for some of our top elite scholarships that we have, and we do interviews for the honors program. So our honors program is an opportunity, and most colleges and universities have an honors program. It's an opportunity for you to learn from some of the best teachers, faculty members, what we call professors, on our college campus. It also, if you're really sharp in school, it's an opportunity to make sure that you don't get bored when you get in college. They give you some additional research opportunities. Let's say if you're really passionate about nursing, as a part of the honors program, you can work with one of our nursing professors and help her with her research in nursing. It's an opportunity to get you to learn and to build your portfolio and resume, which may help you get into whatever nursing school you might want to go to later. So we do have interview process for nursing. Now, many of you were in my sessions either yesterday or earlier this morning, and one of the things I talked about was how to present yourself. So anytime you stood up and you were going to share something with the group, what did I make them do? Like they had to stand up tall, right? They had to speak clearly. They had to look their peers in the eye. So one of the things that you start to learn, and I want you to be learning in high school, is about strong communication skills and the ways to really present yourself well. So when you go for an interview, whether it's for admission at Stanford University or whether it's for admission into the honors program at the University of Houston, you're going to have to stand in front of faculty members, advisors, professors of that university, and you are going to have to interview with them. Okay? Now you also need to understand this when it comes to getting a job, right? In high school, you may want to start getting a little part-time job. You're going to have to go for an interview. Those same communication skills, you're going to need a resume, right? Those same things you're going to need in order for you to get your first job. All of those things will be important. Great question. Thank you for asking. I think we have a little bit of time left. Do you have any other questions?
Because the ninth graders, they have to navigate college admissions, and they also have to navigate high school diploma. So the question came up is, do I drop orchestra in order to get my PE in as a ninth grader or a 10th grader? So a class like orchestra, I mean, would you talk to them about how do they navigate high school graduation versus college admissions?
Tremendous question. So remember, I'm going to come back to the success principles. Those of you that were in my session, we talked about the success principles. One of my success principles was to begin with the end in mind. You guys remember that? Begin with the end in mind. Okay, so now what we mean by that is, if your goal, your mission today, your dream is that I want to go to Baylor University, a great private school in Waco, Texas. I want to go to Baylor University. First of all, I'm going to say, have some other schools that you also are interested in. But if your dream is to go to Baylor University, let's begin with the end in mind. You need to research what their requirements are to get into Baylor University. Baylor may require you to have 4 units of math, 3 units of science, right? And they may require you to have 2 years of a foreign language. So if you know that you want to go to Baylor, you better make sure that you have 4 units of math, 3 units of science. There are some schools, I'm not entirely, I want to speak out of turn here. I don't know about here. There are a lot of schools in Texas, they, in order to graduate, you only need 3 years of math, okay? But most of the universities require you to have, if you, some academic program, you want to study business or technology, or you want to go into the sciences, most of them require you to have 4 years of math. So you can graduate with 3 years of math, but you won't make it into Baylor University if you don't have 4. So the question I get a lot from high school seniors is, should I take that 4th year of math? And my answer for them is, it depends on where you want to go to school. So begin with the end in mind.
Think about where you might want to go to school, research what their requirements are, and then you can start to have that academic plan, that course plan for high school to make sure that you get all of those requirements. Let's say you want to go into a music program, okay? You want to go to the Berklee School of Music, and so you want to then make sure that your course schedule in high school is designed and gives you an opportunity to meet the requirements to get into the Berklee School of Music. That's going to be a whole lot different than the requirements we have at the University of Houston. At the University of Houston, what I want to see is that you have 4 years of math, 3 years of science, unless you're going to go into a pre-health program. If you come to me and you want to go to medical school, you want to go to nursing school, I want to see you have 4 years of science. Okay? So you got to think about what is it required to graduate from Junction City High School, and then what does it take to get into the University of Houston. Begin with the end in mind. Do that research now, so to make sure that you have everything you need. Does that make sense? Okay? Yes. The question is, do some colleges look better than others when it comes to getting a job? It depends on what kind of job, depends on what kind of career you want to have. Let's use an example. Let's say you want to be a lawyer. Where you go to school matters. It does. It doesn't mean that you can't be a successful lawyer if you don't go to a top-notch university, but if you want to go to Harvard Law School, you probably want to try to get into a top 50 university right out of high school. Okay? Because Harvard Law School is going to be looking at students that are going to top-tier universities. If you want to go into, if you want to be a psychologist, okay, really rewarding and important career, it may not matter as much that you go to a top 50 public university, or top 50 university. It may not matter as much. So it depends on what you want to do, what kind of career that you want to have, which is why one of my success principles is to begin with the end in mind. Be thinking about what you want to do, what your aspirations are, and how that might align with the type of school that you're researching. Does that make sense? Yes, what question? Yeah, so the question is, if I still don't know, if I get to my senior year and I still don't know what I want to study, what I want to major in, or even what college I want to go to, what should you do? Well, you have some really great options locally. First of all, I'm always going to be an advocate for college. I understand that not everyone's going to go to college, and I understand that not everyone may need to go to college. But I am biased. I'm a big advocate for higher education. I think it matters. And so if college is something that is going to be within your path, and I hope it is, then you have some great options locally. If you're not sure what you want to do, you may not need to try to go and travel to California to go to school. Okay? You have some great community colleges here locally. You have some great four-year schools here locally that will allow you, that can be affordable for you, right? But then also allow you to keep exploring. Most colleges also have what's called exploratory studies. And exploratory studies is a program that you can start in your freshman year of college and not have to declare. You don't have to pick a major yet. Now, you can't get a college degree in undecided, okay? So after your first year of college, they're going to really start forcing you to pick something. And that exploratory studies programs, Kansas State University has it, the University of Kansas has it as well. They're going to give you an advisor that's going to help guide you through career exploration and picking the right major for you. We have that at the University of Houston as well. So those are some different options that you can choose from if you're just not sure where you want to start. Yeah, great question. Thank you so much. You've been great. You've been great. So if you have questions at any point, probably the easiest thing to do is you can Google me. You can type in Mardell Maxwell, or you can type in Admissions Director of University of Houston, and I'll be one of the first things that pops up, and you'll see my phone number, and you'll see my email address. You can contact me at any time, and I'm happy to help you all through this process. Thank you for the great advice. Yes, thank you. It's wonderful.
We go put our stuff in the bathroom.
So should we power off the equipment?
That's what I would, yeah.
All right, that's fine. I just didn't know if I had to come in and get them or not.
No, I'll send it.
Okay, so there is how many different?
No. Keep it and you'll right. The two girls and the two boys.
Okay, just so I don't leave someone here. All right, thank you for doing this. Okay, so I need to go out and see if I can. Alyssa. Actually, let's see about our kids. Do you know where the clipboard is? Because we've only got three girls down there.
Okay,
This is looking like a good class. Mahogany. Damari.
where's Taylor?
Come here, please.
Taylor wasn't on.
That's current. Oh, current.
That's current.
Wait, we have another group. Yeah, so holy. Yeah.
Okay, the next one. Where's this in the next one with this?
Yes, just go to those teachers. They don't know.
Can Alyssa come with me? Can I go?
Wait, we can?
Let's go.
Oh my God.
They blew it because they got moved. I thought it was
All right.
hilarious.
Oh,
So
yeah.
angry at me.
Oh my God.
Miss Brockman. No, Mahogany, that's not for you. Damari, that's not for you. Ian. That's for the high schoolers. Why are we? We have groups, and we'll visit with the groups, but we're missing a few.
Where does she go? Tara? Good girl.
There's another group, and then there's the leaders group, and then Miss Corey will take Rachel to the high school.
Oh,
After 2.
Okay, so I think it's
So you can go, we're done. Okay, thank you very much. Hey, Damari, Mahogany. You guys, I'm going to ask you to go sit down in the front and stay there. Where's the other 2? Taya, Ron, please go down there in the front. Not on the stage, please. Get a seat on the front row, the other ladies are coming. So Dr. Maxwell, the other ladies are about here. Okay, so So, ladies, Latifi, not you. Ladies, you'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. You go sit down in the front. Laurie, come back here to the back, please. Dr. Maxwell, I think we're about ready. Ladies, go sit down in the front. You all want to take one. You guys got okay, so this one, if that's the last one, there's one more.
Remember, I wasn't
So, Dr. Maxwell, go ahead and get started. You know, will you go ahead and introduce Dr. Maxwell? I guess they've already heard him, the introduction, so. Latifi. Back here, please. What? Back here.
So let's just you guys can join us. Let's just hang and see. Come on. Okay. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Tell me who you are. Daniela. Smile. Smile. What grade you in? You moved here? Where'd you move from? Puerto Rico? Okay, this is home. Excellent. This is my home too. I grew up. Where are you from? Oh, this is some time to think. So how's school going? So you're in the 6th grade now, so it's your first year here in middle school. And how's it been so far? Is it going well? No? Why not? It's real relaxed. We just get to know each other. This ain't no quiz and exam. Don't get all nervous. Alright. How's middle school so far? What's been the most challenging?
Everything.
Everything? Like school, teacher? All of that? What about you all? How's middle school been so far?
Okay.
What does that mean? Well, we talked about that at lunch. We talked about that at lunch. I understand. So, how do things go?
Miss Mitchell.
Grades, assignments. Okay, hold on, time out, pause. This is like, this. Okay, so you said, my grades ain't quite now. You said my grades are good, assignments are good, but I'm not. What is that? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm learning, I don't understand. What does that mean? So I'm sensing a theme. Y'all got some drama going on. So let me ask this, because I've asked this to like almost every group.
you're missing out on in life. This is exactly my example here. Okay? Okay, listen for a second. Listen. Do you guys know? The answer to my question? What's, you know? What do you want to do with this one to my future? So I appreciate your honesty. You're like, I'm not really sure, and that's okay. That's absolutely okay. What do you think? You're not sure? What do you like to do? Your free time? Like music? Like television? You like music? You like music? Do you? Yeah. That's fine. That's something. We'll work with that. Okay. Excellent. What about you? Can you remind me your name? What about you? Oh, is it Taya? Okay. Taya. Very good. So one of the things I'm going to challenge you all to think about, is we've got to redefine what we do. Right? This is actually very, very common. It's something that I see, is that right now your definition of cool is not going to move you. The other thing that I think is really, I'll explain this, just hang with me for a second. I'll explain this. Okay, the other thing I think is really challenging is this concept of purpose. Like, if you don't have an idea every morning you get out of bed, what it is that you're looking for, it's going to be really difficult for you to be motivated and do some really cool activities. Right, so I love sports. So over the back, no, it doesn't matter. I'll give you, so she said, if you didn't hear down here, she said, I'm only 13. I'll give you an example. I got a beautiful family. I got 4 kids. One of my sons is 5 years old, and his name is Miles. Miles absolutely loves to play video games, and he loves to play baseball. He plays t-ball. And I'm going to tell you that right now, what Miles loves to do is he will get on YouTube, and he watches this other little kid that's 8 years old that plays video games. Right? It's the silliest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And you know what I found out? That 8-year-old made the most money in YouTube as a YouTuber in year 2019, made $32 million. So when you said I'm only 13, there's an 8-year-old somewhere in America grinding out, right? And actually making more money than any of us will ever make probably in our lifetime. That little kid is not saying, I'm just 13. So when I ask you a question, what do you want to do with your life? All I get is giggles, like time out, because you guys think I'm here for fun and games. I came all the way from Houston, Texas, and there's a reason why you're here in the room today, and I'm going to tell you right now, you can do so much better. So this is where we get real. I'm going to tell you right now that what I see, and you young ladies right here in the room have so much potential in you, otherwise no one would have asked you to sit in this room. What I see is a group of people that you don't respect yourself, you have no sense of purpose in this life, and it can be different. I came all the way from Houston, Texas to say, you got one life to live. Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter accident in his 40s. That's young. He's not going to get a do-over. His daughter, you said, I'm just 13. His daughter was your age. She doesn't get to come back and have a do-over. She had dreams. She has goals. You're still living. She is not. Why waste your life? She would love to be here, still as a 13-year-old, to be able to go to school. Now you're in school, and you're taking it for granted. You see how this life is so crazy, right? Why waste it? Why be the class clown? Why? I'm not saying you can't be funny, but what I am saying is, why waste your life? So, the question that you all giggled about, I'm going to ask it again, and I want you to seriously think about it. You've got one life to live. I don't care if you're 13 or you're 33. What do you want to do with this one life that you have to live? It's okay if you don't have that answer today, but what I don't want you to do is to not take that question seriously. I want you to come to school on Monday and go, man, I want to do something with my life. I want to have a family one day. I want to build a business. I want to go to college. I want to be a professional boxer. What do you want? Do something.
right? The 8-year-old kid living in California said, I want to make YouTube videos. The next thing you know, like he's grinding, he's doing his thing. Next thing you know, he's making $33 million a year. You guys follow me? You with me? You with me? 33 to play video games and post it to YouTube. And you guys are looking at me giggling like I'm just 13. Right? I think you looked it up. I think one of you all looked it up yesterday. That kid at 8 years old is making more than LeBron's salary for the Lakers. He's 8 years old, right? So again, my question for you is, you all got to have a plan. What do you want to do with this one life you got to live? It's a big world out here. There's so much more than Justice City. Right? What do you want to do? What do you want to be? You got any ideas yet? Anybody got any ideas yet? I hope what we did today was to plant a seed for what you're thinking about. Right? So my challenge for you is to have a plan. You're thinking about what you want to do for this one life that you want to live. And real talk, like, we got to redefine cool. Like, seriously, it's not cool to be the one that's always the distraction. It's really not. Right? These gentlemen right now, my ladies over here, my new friends, they are in the 9th grade. And what I learned was so enlightening. What does cool look like when you get up to the 9th grade? What does cool look like? I'm going to tell you why nobody likes that when you get to high school. Because when you get to high school, you have people whose life is dependent on them graduating from high school. I'm going to tell you why guys like me, when I was in high school, I would check you after school. I'm just going to keep it real with you. I would check you after school because when I'm sitting in science class and you're distracting me from my learning and I'm trying to get a full ride scholarship to Harvard, and I can't learn because you goofing off next to me, right? And because you wasting your own potential, that's why when you guys get to high school right now, you guys have upperclassmen that are telling you to chill out. That's why, right? Some of you might like sports. I'm going to tell you why we got to redefine cool. Because when you guys get in the weight room and you're goofing off, and then you got a high school senior in there that's trying to get that full ride baseball scholarship, and he's like, man, you knuckleheads are keeping me from getting better in the weight room, so now I can't get my scholarship. You think I'm going to let you come into my weight room? I'm going to let you come into my classroom without letting me get better? No. So, they will. They absolutely will. And guess what? When I was in high school, they did the same thing. So why am I here talking to all of you? Why am I here investing? Because not just you. Why am I here talking and investing with all of you? Because you got to build different habits. You got to start saying that although I'm just 13, that the things that I'm doing right now is going to help me get better later on down the road. That if I'm goofing off now, can you imagine when you get your first job? Because I'm going to tell you, if you come work for me, I'm going to give you 100% of your paycheck and you're going to come to my office, you come to my workplace and give me half effort. Ain't going to work that way. And your teachers are probably saying the same thing. Wait a second, I've got to give you 100% of my effort as a teacher, but you come in here and you've got to be the class clown. It's not going to work, not today. Right? So I'm here to encourage you just to rethink about how to use this one life that you have. I came all the way from Houston, Texas, just to encourage you. I can't make you do anything. Okay? You can leave these doors and you can continue to do things you're doing. That's a choice that all of you have. But I came all the way from Houston, Texas, just to be one person to try to nudge you, to try to remind you that, like, we got to redefine what it means to be. It's cool to earn $33 million as an 8-year-old. Okay? It's cool to have resources to provide for your family. It's cool to graduate from high school. It's actually cool to get good grades. That's cool to get a college scholarship. That's cool. But guess what? Your community is showing you something different. Your community is showing you it's cool to be goofball. It's cool to be the try-hard, right? That's right. There's nobody. There's nobody. I want to be someone that tells you. Then we'll be all done, because I appreciate how much I love you listening. If anything today, I want to be one person that stands in front of you and say, what you're showing is the goofball, but I see something in you. I see in front of me some young ladies, right,
some young men that have the opportunity to be cool, like real cool, not this fake stuff, like real cool. Provide for your family kind of cool. Go to college kind of cool. Play sports, make the football team kind of cool. That's the kind of cool that I'm here to tell you really matters because one life that you get to live. I want to be the one who all the way from Houston. I didn't come here for nothing else other than to tell you you can do this one life. I thank you. I need you. When I get old, I'm not going to come to one of your doctor's offices. Hey, listen, I remember me. I need you to come fix my knee. I heard you're a great surgeon. Right? I might do that one day, later on down the road, where I get to turn on the TV and let man, you provide me some good. You know, I see you're a professional athlete. Right? I believe in you. I don't even know you that well, and I can already tell you got so much more to offer because someone felt you was important enough right here. So, our success principles we're going to walk away with today. Number one, I need you to invest in thinking about what is your purpose. What do you got? One life. Gigi only lived to 13. That's about how old you guys are. Kobe Bryant only lived to his 40s. Right? You got one life. My one task that I have for you, when you walk out of these doors, I need you to give some serious thought about when you wake up tomorrow, what do you want your life to look like? What can you be doing? The last thing I need you to do, redefine cool. How you guys started with me, that's not cool. What these guys are talking about, what they're learning in the 9th grade, that's different. That to me, that's cool. What's cool is showing up and showing out, putting in the work, being focused in the classroom. When you go to practice, you're doing your absolute best. To me, that's cool. That's what the employers think is cool. That's what the colleges think is cool. If you could do those two things for me, I would be very grateful. And not only will I be very grateful, I will be able to so much success through you. Now I'm gonna come back and visit you. All right, one of the things that I want to do almost every year is to be able to come back and just see how everybody's doing. So I hope to come back next year and we get a chance to meet. And I'm gonna go, all right, my cool people, how's life looking? And I hope you're gonna be able to tell me something. All right, just two things. This is something. Sound good? Good. Thanks for the time. Thank you, Ms. Lockwood. Until you guys start.
Is it? Oh, TV's over this week. Please start ready. Grady, how you doing?
Okay, so he put the computer away, and so we will wait. Go ahead and pop the doors open in the back.
Don't let the knuckleheads get in the way of you learning. That'll be the difference from you being
Grady, if you want to just listen, you can do that. Both of them. Okay, where's Christina go? You guys can go ahead and have a seat. has about 30, approximately 30 kids coming. They're the leaders. So they can go ahead and go down there. You guys will give up your seats. No, we're going down there. Okay, so a lot of you, yeah, a lot of you on the front row.
Go very well. Go very well.
Dr. Maxwell, do you need water or Gatorade?
Gatorade.
Orange or blue?
Orange.
Yeah. Are you good? He said orange. Latifi, move to the front row, please. Thank you, man. Get over my folks, it's good to meet you.
Yeah, whatever.
You can just go on down to the front, have a seat. Go have a seat at the front. If you want to take notes, there's no pads down there. So load up on that orange and blue, all that stuff before you guys get it. Okay, so you guys can kind of get set up. If you don't need to be back here, then it's good for you to sit down there. If you need to be back here to keep the sound. Dr. Maxwell will lead you line. He'll lead you line. I'll take the one that's not so good, okay? The other thing about me and Sarah will do it. So Leah, I'd like you to just sit right here. Just sit here and let's see. You guys can go down to the front. Down to the front. Did he get his orange? can go sit down in the front. Damari, here's what I'm going to tell you. You need to sit next to Xavion, wherever that is, and you're not going to squirm. You're not going to be jumping around. You've been doing that all day. We're not going to do that this time. You know what I'm saying? Now's the time you do this. Not do that. He will, but see, that's the thing. She said that there's a group that he's talking to. Now, I don't know how. Rachel. Yes. What? But before he starts, but it's at 1:15, so we got 5 more minutes. You should have about 30 minutes. No, you need to stay here. Let me text you. Kiara. Just go back together. All of them. I'm sorry. You'll go down to the front. Go down. Christian! You guys just go on down. If you want to leave your stuff, you can. Go down, Claire, go down to the front. It's not the same presentation. This is over you guys. Well, there is a meeting of 8, so I don't know if you guys go to that meeting. It is in room 252. What I don't know is who can go and who doesn't. Okay, Kiara, how many are we missing?
I don't know. We got Caleb. Caleb, Marshall.
Okay, we have a couple more coming. You guys can go sit in the front. Oh, I'm 6th grade. Just go sit in the front.
What's a 7?
Just go sit in the front.
Original or the new? Original or the new? Have you seen? It's really good.
There's 6 seats on that side. The more to the front, the better. I think she went to go. This one. Ladies, you can go down to the front. Okay, here's 50 seats. Those empty seats need to be filled up. I'm gonna go for.
Can you go sit in the front?
Steve.
Alright, let's get started. Hey, good
Mr.
afternoon.
Dr. Maxwell.
Good. How we doing? How we doing? Good. Are we focused? Are you here with me? Yes. Excellent. Okay. So some of you, I think all of these folks I got a chance to meet earlier. Right?
Does this work? Is it working?
Yes? Okay. Forgive me if I get emotional, but the high schoolers, where's Zane? Is he in here? Okay, with the high schoolers, the ninth graders, you can come on in with the ninth graders and this group right here. I want to change the culture of this building, and then I want to change how we do things in our district. And I want our district, our building, you come on up, to be the example that other school districts can follow. And I want it to change. These guys are helping you and helping me, the high schoolers. That's Zane, TJ, Neil, and Zavion, and that's you guys. All right, so I've got vision. I want this to happen, and it's going to start with you, it's going to start with me, and it's going to start with the ninth graders. We're going to do it. We're going to get this done, okay? So, I want you to know that I've got big dreams and visions of what we, those guys, and all of us are going to accomplish. All right? This is just the beginning of the journey. Now, I'm going to challenge some of you to get out of your comfort zone. All right? Just like I did these guys last year. All right? So we want to welcome Dr. Maxwell because he's going to help us in leadership. He's going to help us in changing the culture of this building. He's going to help us change just how we do things in the district where people are going to start following us. All right? That's my vision, and we're going to do it together. Okay? So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Maxwell, and he's going to visit with you guys. Okay?
I think that's a wonderful, wonderful vision. So you just heard these tremendous words. So my question is to make sure you understand what's going on here. Why are you here? Why are we here? Yes. Because your teacher said that you showed leadership. Very good. Why are you here?
Because people want to keep your self leadership or capable.
Yeah. Gentlemen, do me a favor. There's a notepad right back there. Tear some sheets off. Make sure everyone has a sheet of paper. Okay. And we got a box of pencils. Okay. So most of you heard me say this either yesterday or at some point today. We're going to write everything down. Make sure you have a piece of paper. Changing a culture is serious business, right? That's hard work. We got to make sure that we make some notes. We got to write some things down. But you can't make mistakes because this is a resume.
You guys can go down in front. Thank you, Ashley.
Broken? Like in Jersey City High School, when I was here, I played football, I played baseball, and I played basketball. Second base for shortstop. Middle of the field. Running back. I'm not very tall, man. There wasn't a whole lot of things I could do in football. Okay, listen, I want to be clear about something. Ms. Laughlin had an opportunity to share this with you. Why are you here? We're looking at every last one of you in the eyes, so we want to make sure this is very important. You need to hear this from me today. You are here because you have been recognized as a leader in the school. Someone in this school, whether it's your teacher, whether it's a counselor, whether it's a friend, someone in this school says, man, you are having a positive influence on the people here in this school. There are hundreds of students that are in this school, and of the hundreds of students that were in this school, you were handpicked as a student leader to spend some time with me. Okay? So for starters, let's give each other a round of applause. Congratulations. This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. So this morning, or this afternoon, well, we're going to spend a little bit of time. What I learned is that to whom much is given, much is required. Let's say that again. To whom much is given, much is required. You have been given this amazing, amazing opportunity and this award, this accomplishment of being recognized as a student leader. Now, we expect a lot out of you. Now you have a responsibility as a student leader. We're going to talk about what leadership is, because I need you to sharpen the saw and be prepared and ready to have a positive influence on this school and on your friends and on your peers and your classmates. So, you all have a piece of paper. You should have something to write with. The very first thing we're going to do, I want you to think and write quietly. The first thing I want you to do is I want you to write down, what does leadership mean to you? What does leadership mean to you? Can you give me that, please? Other side. Forward. Yeah, right back here. What does leadership mean to you? Okay, watch your head. There we go. Good, I see lots of pencils moving, I love it. What does leadership mean to you? Somebody said that you were a tremendous leader. I need to make sure you understand what that means. Raise your hand if you're done. Okay, good. I'll give you 30 more seconds. Keep writing. Okay, my young leaders and scholars, now what I need you to do is to turn to someone that is next to you, and I need you to tell them what leadership means to you. What did you write down? Talk to each other. Leaders talking to leaders. Talk to each other. Okay? What does leadership mean to you? Do I have anybody that wants to share? Okay, I saw your hand first. Okay, you guys may have heard me say this before if you got a chance to work with me. But we're building communication skills and we're building leadership skills. So anytime I call on you to speak, I need you to stand, I need you to face our other leaders and scholars in the room, and I need you to speak loudly. Okay? So go ahead and stand, tell me who you are, and then tell us what leadership means to you. You gotta speak loud so my friends all the way in the back can hear you, okay? Love it. Let's give him a round of applause. Great. All right, stand up. You gotta be proud, be tall. Okay, we want to hear you. They want to hear you all the way back there. What do you got?
Okay, my name is Grant, and what I think leadership is being a guide for others and being something that others want to be.
Ooh, I love it. And being
being something that others want to be. That's powerful. Let's give a round of applause. Let's tell me your name. What does leadership mean to you?
My name is Elizabeth, and leadership means to take charge, but not to be bossy or
To take charge, not being bossy, want to do everything. Very great example. Let's do one more. One more. Oh, I saw your hand. Please stand. Tell us your name. What's leadership mean to you? Love it. That's so good. Let's give her a round of applause. So there are thousands of books that have been written about leadership and more than 100 different definitions of what leadership means. All of you have gave tremendous and accurate examples, definitions of leadership. Today, how I would like to define leadership is the ability to be a positive influence for change. Okay, I want you to write that down. Positive influence for change. For change. A positive influence for change. A positive influence for change. Now this is debatable. This could be argued. But I know I have some really smart scholars and leaders in the room, so I'm going to give you, we're going to talk about some of this that normally I wouldn't talk with groups about. This could be debated, this could be argued, but I would venture, I would say that if there was no need for change, there would be very little need for leadership. If you are a leader, and I don't need you for anything, why do I need to follow you? Right? Let's think about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement. Why did so many people follow the leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Because they needed something, right? They wanted their life to be better. They wanted to be able to sit in a restaurant and be able to eat with people that didn't look like them. There was a need for change. That's why we need leadership, right? So my definition, again, keep in mind, there's more than 100 different definitions of leadership. More than 1,000 different books that have been written about leadership, but today we're going to talk about leadership as a positive influence for change. Now I'm going to remind you, you all have been handpicked to sit right here in this auditorium because somebody felt like you either are or have the ability to be a positive influence for change. Do you follow me? Okay, let's go back to your paper. Remember, we're going to talk about the Kobe method. The Kobe method is we're going to write everything down. Kobe Bryant, when he was 13 years old, he wrote down on a sticky note, I want to go to the NBA. He put it on the mirror of his bedroom, and every single morning that he woke up, he put on his clothes and he brushed his teeth, he saw it. What he was doing was he was wiring his brain, he was training his brain to work for the things that he loved, that he really wanted. Now, we're talking about leadership. We're going to wire our brain. We're going to write everything down. What I want you to write down for me is, what do you want to see better right here at Junction City Middle School? Okay? You were in the 5th grade. Now you're in the 6th grade. You've made some friends. You eat lunch. You go to class here. You've got a chance to meet people. You've been challenged. You've come to school. There's things that you don't like. Right? So if we're leadership, and if your job is to be a positive influence for change, what can be better here at Junction City Middle School? What do you want it to be better? Now, for my 9th graders in the room, I'm going to put you to work. Grab a sheet of paper. Grab a sheet of paper, my 9th graders. Okay? Because you're going through exactly what these scholars, what these leaders are going through. You're at a brand new school. You were in 8th grade, now you're in 9th grade. You're in a new school, you're in a new community, you're making new friends. What is it that you want to see better at Junction City High School? I want you to be thinking about it right here at Junction City Middle School. Okay, think about it, write it down. Think about it, write it down. Yep, grab a sheet of paper. Think about it, write it down. A positive influence for change. Keep writing. I'm going to speak while you write. Miss Laughlin, when we started, she has a vision. Her vision is that she wants to change culture. She wants to change culture here, and she thinks you all can help do it.
Miss Laughlin is a positive influence for change. She's a leader. She has a vision. She has a plan. Part of her plan is you. So now we talked about, right, in my session, we got to sharpen the saw. So if her plan for changing this culture is you, we got to sharpen your saw. We got to make sure that you have the skill set and the knowledge ready to be really great leaders and impact the culture of this building. Okay? Keep thinking, keep writing. Okay. Yes? But what I want you to write down is, what would you like to see improved or get better here at Justice City Middle School? There's no wrong answer. This won't be graded. This is a discussion between you and me. All right, raise your hand. You're done. Awesome. I'll give you 30 more seconds. I want to see more hands. Hey, put your them. My ninth graders, how are we doing? You got some things written down? Okay. Okay, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I want you to turn to a neighbor partner. Remember, words are powerful when we write them, when we read them, when we speak them. Okay, I want you to turn to your partner and I want you to share your ideas. What do you want to see better in Junction City Middle School? What do you want to see improved at Junction City High School? Okay, talk to each other. Scholars, talk to each other. Leaders talking to leaders. I love it. You're doing good. Keep it up. Share those ideas. I'm going to give you about 20 more seconds. All right, we'll wrap it up in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, very good. Anyone want to share? Anyone want to share your ideas? I saw your hand first. Stand up. Okay, remember my advice. All right, my leaders and my scholars, when we're going to speak, we're going to use good communication skills. You're going to turn around to the audience. You're going to tell me who you are, because we're still learning each other. And you're going to share your idea. Okay, you got to be loud. I want them all the way in the back to be able to hear you. Ready?
Yeah. I'm talking to him, and I want everybody to understand that we're all human, and everybody makes mistakes, but like we're still like people, and we should have respect for each other.
Love that. I was hoping you were going to say that word. We're talking about respect. I love this. Give me a round of applause. It's a great idea. It's a great change for our culture. Great change for our culture. Okay, I need from you. Stand up. Yes, speak loud. They need to hear you back here. A little bit louder for me.
My name is Maxwell. I said that because you make the kids and as
Yeah, very good. Give a round of applause. Positive attitude. Absolutely. You got some ideas back there? All right, ladies first. Let me hear from you. You got to stand up, tell us who you are, speak loud.
My name is Christina with my pay, and I want to see diversity acceptance for who they are, and I want everyone to accept and respect each other, no matter where they come from.
We're talking about culture change here. Respect, positivity. I love it. You listen, as scholars and leaders, you're talking about the same thing. I love it. Talk to me about the high school. Because listen, you all are going to be in the 9th grade before you know it. It's going to go by really fast, right? It goes by really fast. Just like you all are new to this school, they're new to the high school. Tell me, what do you want to see? What do you want to see? What are some ideas you have? Stand up. You got to be an example. Come on, stand up now. You already know this lesson.
I said I want to see the culture at the high school change. Everybody and things work outside of school and everybody in athletics. I want to see everybody people trying each other.
We're talking about work ethic. We're talking about supporting each other. That's great. Great for the culture. One of you have one? You willing to share? Just stand up for us. I got to hear you all the way back there. Again, we got that word. we got respect. You guys are talking about the same thing. I love that energy, right? So let me teach you something. Okay, we're talking about positivity, we're talking about respect, we're talking about work ethic. These are things that you guys want to see different in your culture. So lesson number 1, I want you to write this down. How do we sharpen the saw, and how do we become a more effective leader? To whom much is given, much is required. You're a leader, now we have expectations of you. Okay? So the very first thing we're going to have to work on is you now have to be an ambassador. An ambassador. I'm going to spell this for you. A-M, write it down. A-M-B, A-M-B-A-S-S. A-M-B-A-S-S. A-D-O-R. I'm going to start from the beginning. Ambassador. A-M-B-A-S-S. A-D-O-R. Now, what does an ambassador do? An ambassador is a representative. It's someone who represents an organization. It represents a team. It means that you have to be the example. Leaders, if you're saying that you want respect out of your school and your culture, then you've got to show respect first. You understand that? If you're telling me that you want more positivity out of this school, then you've got to be the first one to show positivity. You follow me? If you're telling me that you want people to show work ethic in the weight room, right? Work ethic in the practices, then when you show up to practice, you better be the first one in line. You better be the first one in the weight room at the rack ready to put in work. You follow me? If you're telling me that at Junction City High School, in the culture, you want to see more people valued in your education, she needs to be an ambassador. She needs to be sitting in the front row of the class, ready to listen and learn, ask those questions, and then you're going to hold your classmates accountable. The class clowns and the goof-offs, you're going to hold them accountable. Okay? Because we can't change a culture if we don't hold each other accountable. What I mean by accountable is if you're messing up in the classroom, I'm going to let you know about it. Okay? If you fall asleep in my lesson today, I'm going to wake you up and I'm going to tell you about it. Because you're a leader and I have high expectations of you. I need you to be an example. You got to be awake. That's what I'm talking about, accountability. So number 1 in our leadership, for my scholars here in the room, is I need you to be an ambassador. You got to be the first one. You got to be the example. You got to live out what you want this culture to look like every single day. All right, the second thing I'm going to need from you, I'm going to need you to understand, we'll go back to one of our success principles, I need you to understand that together is better. You're not going to influence Junction City Middle School's culture, and you're not going to influence the culture of Junction City High School if you don't have the ability to influence your friends and to get more of them to do what you're doing. You need more ambassadors. We probably got, 30 people in the room right now? How can we get 60, right? Here's my challenge. Can we find, how many we got?
My goal is by the end of the year that teachers can recommend 90. So if we've got 30, we need to add 60 more leaders by the end of the year.
Can you guys find 2 friends? Find 2 friends that you believe can be an ambassador. That's my homework. Can you find 2 people that you think have the ability and they care and they respect? Can you influence 2 people to join this movement to change the culture of Junction City Middle School and Junction City High? That's what we need 2. I don't need 10. I don't need 100 from you. Can each one of you find 2? Right? So think about this. Time out for a second. Think about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Hopefully you've been learning about this amazing guy, right? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he had a dream. He wanted equal rights. He wanted people to not live in poverty. And when he gave the I Have a Dream speech, that dream was about him trying to recruit more people to care about equal rights. So now I need you. You don't have to give a big speech. That's not what I'm asking you to do. But what I need you to do is find 2 people, and I need you to positively influence them to be an example. Can you guys try to do that for me? Okay, so number 1, what was the first thing we got to do? Be an ambassador. Yes, we're going to be an example. Okay, so if you want respect in this school, you've got to be the first one to give it and show it. If you want work ethic, you better be the first one to give it and show it. Okay, that's what you want out of your culture. What was the number 2 thing that we need to do? You remember?
Yes, you gotta find 2 people. I need you to recruit 2 people to be a part of this, right? So when I come back, this room of 30 people is gonna be 90, right? And then 2 years from now, when I come back, this room of 90 people, maybe it's gonna be 150 again, right? And then before you know it, this whole school, when we come back, you come back and visit school, because then you're gonna be in high school, right? When you come back, now we're gonna take a look at this culture, and we're gonna see a whole bunch of people that show respect and using positive words, right? Which you said you wanted to see. By the time you get to be a junior and a senior in high school, because you recruited people to be a part of this thing, we're gonna start to see a culture where people are gonna value their education. You're not gonna let your friends fall asleep in class. You're gonna hold them accountable, right? That's how this thing's gonna go. All right, the third thing I need from you. I only got 3 that I'm gonna give you. We'll keep this very simple. The third thing I'm gonna give to you is I need you to take care of yourself. Being a leader is exhausting. I need you to take care of yourself. Being an ambassador is hard work. Being the first one in line, busting your butt to be an example, to be an ambassador, working your butt off to make sure that you never are late returning in an assignment because you're the example, that's hard. It's exhausting. That's tiring. So number 3, for my leaders in the room, I need you to do is I need you to take care of yourself. Now, what does that mean? Any ideas? What does it mean to take care of yourself? Yes, to get sleep. What does it look like? What does that mean? Get tell me. What does that mean?
I would say,
what does it mean to take care of yourself?
oh, I mean, like, sleep also, make sure you, like, eating healthy things, making sure you, like, reading, I know,
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to use something you just did. So when I asked that question, he pointed to me and he said, me. Right? Let me build on that for a second. Part of taking care of yourself is surrounding yourself around positive people. Surrounding yourself by leaders. So listen, me hanging out with you guys, this is taking care of yourself. I'm a part of your circle. Okay? Iron sharpens iron. We're going to sharpen the saw. I'm not going to let you guys fall out. Right? I'm not going to let you slip. If I find out your grades are slipping, you don't hear from me. Coach Z calls me up and tells me you guys are hanging out at the end of the line, you don't hear from me. Right? Accountability. So part of taking care of yourself is being around people who really care about you. Right? So if I come back to Junction City Middle School next year and I find out that you guys aren't in the room, right, because you guys lost focus, you're going to hear from me. Because I'm part of your circle. I care about you. I need you, and you need me. We need each other to do this thing, right? Together is better. You remember that? So take care of yourself. So we talked about getting good sleep, having a good mentor, having good people around you. How else do we take care of ourselves? Yes? Absolutely. Have any of you ever flew on an airplane? Right. Awesome. Okay, so I boarded, I got on an airplane and I flew here from Houston, Texas, and they were given instructions on the airplane that in the event the plane starts to crash, really scary thought, right? But if the plane starts to crash and we lose oxygen in the airplane, the instruction was to put the air mask on myself first. Okay? So if we're sitting in the airplane next to each other and the airplane's starting to crash and the air mask comes down, my job is not to make sure that you have your air mask on before me. Right? And why is that? Why? Anybody? Yes? Absolutely. If I pass out, I can't help him, right? I can't help him at all. So part of self-care, part of taking care of yourself, is sometimes you gotta put your own mask on first. You gotta go to sleep. You gotta eat well. You gotta hydrate and drink water. I try to get 7 hours of sleep every single night. Okay? So that means I gotta go to bed. I don't stay up and play video games. I love to play video games, especially with my son. I love to play video games. I love to watch sports on TV. But I know as a leader, if I'm gonna show up and be an example, I gotta go to bed.
Last night, I knew that I needed to have energy for you today. As your leader, I needed to show up and I needed to have energy. So guess what? Last night, I made sure I got 8 hours of sleep. This morning, I woke up a little early to make sure I had a good breakfast because I needed energy. I made sure I was hydrated. I drank lots of water. So when I came here as your ambassador, as your example, I needed to make sure that I was ready to go. Now, can you imagine if I stayed up till 1 o'clock last night? I woke up late. I didn't have time to eat breakfast, and I came dragging in here. And you expect me? How would that look as your leader? How would that look? Not very good. What do you think? Say it louder.
You would look depressing.
I think it would look depressing. I probably wouldn't be someone that you want to follow, right? So now, keep in mind, you've been identified as a leader. There's high expectations for you now. So if you're going to show up to school on Monday, and you're going to have that smile on your face, and you're going to have energy and that positivity, because remember, that's what you said you wanted to see out of this culture, then that means you got Sunday night, get your butt to bed. Monday morning, make sure you get some food in your belly. You come to school and eat school breakfast, make sure you get here and you eat your school breakfast. And when you show up to your first class on Monday morning, I need you to have that smile on your face. I need you to figure out a way to get in front of the class. You got assigned seats. I need you to make sure that you're raising your hand and asking questions. Number 2, you're going to be an ambassador. You're going to be an example. You're going to live out the things that you said that you want to see from this culture. That's going to take energy. All right? So, let's do a brief recap. And we're almost done. Number 1, what do you need to do? Yes? You're going to be an ambassador. You're going to be an example for the things that you want to see different in this culture. Number 2, what are you going to do? Yes? You're going to find 2 friends. We're going to build the group of leaders. We got 30 leaders in the room. You're going to find 2 friends. By the time I come back and see you, this room's going to be filled with 90. It's going to be filled with 90. And then we're going to make the room even bigger. We have 150, 200 people in the room. Before you know it, this whole school is going to show respect. This whole school is going to show positivity. This whole school, right? That's how we change the culture. How do you think we got equal rights in America? How do you think women was able to get the right to vote? It started with 10 women that said, I care. They went out and found 2 friends, okay? And it grew, and grew, and grew. Before you know it, now women have equal rights. Okay? Now black and brown people can sit in the same room as white people, right? We can all go to the same school. Alright? That's how we make change happen. That's how we're going to do it right here. Okay, number 3, what are we going to do? Number 3, what are we going to do? We got to take care of ourselves. Okay? You have 3, even better. If you have 3, even better. If Miss Lappin and your teachers go, man, I know the goal was to have 90, but the school culture is changing so much, we now have 200. There is nothing wrong with that. We're ahead of schedule. But we're going to need more seats. Absolutely. We're going to need more seats. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You got 3 friends and you're like, you know what? They can be an ambassador. Now, I don't want you to pick anybody. Not yet. They have to be someone that you think can be an example. Someone that you think can be an ambassador. And now they just need to learn how to sharpen the saw. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, can you do that?
Yes.
Those 3 things? Okay, very good. You took some really good notes. How are we on time? You check what time? Okay, we need to finish, right? I'm going to finish with one thing. My 9th graders, come up real quick. You all are new to the middle school. They're new to the high school. Really quick, because we're running short on time. I want you to tell these scholars, I want you to tell these leaders that we have here in the room, what's one thing that they need to be doing right now to prepare themselves for success when they are in 9th grade. Okay?
Serve what you want to dish, meaning respect somebody that you want to respect.
Man, say that one more time.
Serve what you want to dish, meaning respect. Give respect if you want to receive respect.
Man, that's money. Serve. Golly, that is good. So good. Okay, what's your advice? What do they need to be working on right now?
I think you guys just need to, based on what you said, I think you guys need to respect each other and also go back and you guys need to respect yourself.
Yeah.
I would say, make sure you respect yourself and your peers, also your teachers and your loved ones, because one day we're not gonna be there for you, and then we all supposed to be in respect. So respect each other, respect your peers. I would say keep your circle small, because I don't have a lot of friends in high school. Because, I mean, in middle school, like, it's unique, because just have a lot of freedom. In high school, a lot of friends just leave because, you're friends with somebody else. So keep your circle small, I would say.
Yeah, when he's talking about a circle, I want to explain that a little bit more. You can be friends or acquaintances with a lot of different people, but listen, have an inner circle. When I talk about the inner circle, what I mean by that is you may have 4, maybe 5 really close people that help sharpen your saw. Okay? 4 or 5 people that are really going to help sharpen your saw that's going to make you better every single day. So when we talk about the real friends, the real inner circle, that's what he's talking about. Very good, I love it. What do you got? Yeah, she said, show that you care. Okay? Show that you care. You got to really show that you care. I mean, it sounds basic, but just give a darn. Okay? Just give a darn. Care. Right? That's such great advice. Thank you. What do you got? Absolutely. Absolutely love it. What do you got?
I would say, actually speak life in ways that you want to be at God in high school that does everything that's well all the while. Individuals you have to work. You have to live. You have to live. People should be working out. They're actually expanding
Yeah. You know, one of my favorite leaders, you can tell, because I use this as an example all the time, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he didn't just speak all the time. He rolled up the sleeves and went to work. Okay, he served people that were homeless. He went to work. He went out and he was picketing on the front lines. He went to work. Okay? So much of your success isn't just about talking about it, it's about being about it. You got to be willing to roll up your sleeves and do the work. Do your assignments. Be an example. You're an ambassador. Turn in your homework on time. Ask the great questions. Right? Don't be a distraction in the classroom. You're going to value your education. Okay? These are the things that are going to help you build those habits right now, so that as you get into the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, you're really ready to be a positive influence for change. Okay? Leadership. All right, one question. What do we got? Okay, what do we got? So for her birthday, for your birthday, you are doing, you're working with an animal shelter? I absolutely love it. So she's solving a problem, right? Our animals that are in shelters, right, they need those resources. You're solving a problem. That's absolutely leadership. You are a positive influence for change. That is a tremendous idea, and I applaud you. Listen, give yourselves a round of applause. I'm so proud of you. You're doing the work. You're sharpening the saw. All right? Listen, as we close today, as we leave this auditorium, I want to remind you one more time. You have been recognized as a leader. Now there is a high expectation for you to be an ambassador. It doesn't mean that you can't make mistakes. We all make some mistakes. We all have some days, some off days, right, when we may not feel our best. But I want you to know that people are watching you. People are paying attention to you. And so now you have a responsibility to be the positive influence for change. All right? We're going to do that work, and we're going to see if we can turn this group of 30 to a group of 90. All right? Anything else?
I just want you guys to know, I know you've done a lot, we're going to do a lot more. So if you need anything, come and find me, go in our offices, make sure you ask for these areas, and they'll show you where my office is. All right?
I have a favor. This is a really special moment. The idea, I would love a group picture. Can we do that?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. What are we doing this way, or are we doing this? On the stage.
So can we get this around? We can just come around.
Okay, so why don't some of you get up on the stage? Sure.
Yeah, some of you sit next to me, some of you get behind me. Okay? Want to make sure my ninth graders.
You can't make it fly.
My ninth graders, you get in here too.
Yes, everybody needs to be in
Get
there.
tight. Yep, get tight, guys.
Maybe there's one more.
Come on, get in here. Right here. Come right here. Come right here. Just sit right here. You go. All right, we're in here. We're tight. All right, you guys make sure you smile pretty, okay? Smile. Want a straight face. Straight face. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. All right, look ahead, everybody.
1, 2, wait. Corner to the middle. A little closer. There you go. 1, 2, 3. And then let me take it with my.
Yeah, one more. We'll do one more. Just do that
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so.
Awesome. Love it.
Go back, everybody go back.
Yeah, let's give Miss Love right here. Let's make some room. We're gonna give Miss Love right here.
Let me get up on the stage.
You should get up on the stage.
Hey, you gotta make this okay. This whole picture hinges on you smiling. Don't let us down. Don't let us down. All right, here we go. Look ahead, guys.
All right.
We good? Awesome. Good job, guys.
If you can every clap once, every clap twice. I will put this on my Schoology account, the group, and it's so that if we want to take okay, so you guys need to
Hey, Neil. Hi, how are you? DJ, I love you.
The novice Frederick Jones. In the front office, please. The novice Frederick Jones.
Baby, I don't know.
Yeah, so I just think all you guys are
Meet you all.
I don't know where Sadie wanted to. So TJ Okay, Zaneon, you're going with Zane's mom. I'll clean it up, don't worry about it, thank you.
What do I do with the paper?
You need to hang on to it,
Hang it?
in your locker, that'd be great.
Okay.
If you wanna stay here, that's fine, you need, if you got stuff you need to go put away.
Okay.
So, yeah, what I'd like for you to do is just kinda, let's try to clean up. So, Chris, Christina got a rolling chair, I don't know what she got it from, was that my office? Yep. So can we get that chair, whatever chair that was, back up? So what I'd like for you to do is to check maybe the next 3 rows, make sure there's no trash, and then, we'll just start working on cleaning everything up.
Okay.
So Ada, do you wanna help?
Yes.
So check 3 rows back, make sure there's no trash, then we'll check the front, make sure there's no trash. Take that to my office.
There's no trash in that one. Do you mean that one of these monsters?
They're doing the sound, I would,
We already turned it off, so don't worry. So, you said you got the monitors?
okay, one of them belongs here, but the broken one is
Okay.
sorry, I'm not sure. That's a water bottle. If it's trash, just put it in that trash can. I don't know what it is, so you can just put it in the trash can.
Well, there's gonna be a lot more after tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
Honor fire.
Oh, okay, well, you can put all that in the trash.
And honestly, I think they're gonna be using the sound again for honor fire.
Well, you can recycle these.
There should be a big trash can somewhere right there.
Melissa, I want to go to the garden.
Ashley, would you be so kind? Go get my card out of my office, go to the library, and just say, you guys know what you need to do, you need to do it.
Okay.
Don't take that responsibility on. Huh?
Well,
Just tell one of the Abbott kids, they need to take charge, and they need to get their stuff done. I don't want anybody else rolling around, and I'll be over there in a minute. Help me get them started, and then if you want to go, you can go.
Thank you for talking.
Well, thank you for being a great example and a leader, and I want to grow our leader group. Okay, I'll give those to Mr. Schwan. I would leave here and just give this to Schwan, so thank you. And is this somebody's water? That's probably, that's the TV show.
Chris, are you going back to the fire room?
Yeah.
That's what I need.
Lights, Christina? You want to get the lights?
Yeah, I'll get the lights. Okay. Immediate power enough starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, do we need them sealed up awfully?
What?
Oh, the lights.
Yeah, just get all the lights.
Turn on the stage lights. No wonder everything looks so weird. No. Turn them on. Oh.
I know, Kayla, is this your stuff?
Yeah.
Let's get that before they turn the lights
Can
off.
you go
stage left? How do I do that? There's, if you go there, there's a bunch of silver switches over there. What's this? Oh, yeah, there's one there. I low-key want to go upstairs if you were saying, but I actually don't want to fall down. Yeah. There's nobody gonna be there. Where are the silver switches? Keep on going, you'll see them. They're on the back wall. Like, really? Oh, wait, nothing I said yet. Now you can turn them off. No. Aw.
Okay, now I can see where I'm going. Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Just walk towards the exit light.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I feel something. Oh, I'll see you later.
See you later.
I keep on making things. Why? No, I have to go the other way.
Why?
Because Mr. Schwan doesn't like people coming to the driveway. He thinks it's odd. Don't close the door on me. And just there's a trash can right there. I feel I'm gonna walk into a wall.
Okay. To the people that are actually watching this live stream, this is embarrassing. Any last wishes to people that are here? Have a good day.